worry if I scare you, I scare myself too.
I scare myself too.
You found me terrifying, could it be you know who? What could I be hiding?
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 Voldemort's alive and
Voldemort's alive.
Voldemort's alive and he's under my headscarf.
He's alive.
Voldemort's alive and he's under my headscarf.
He's alive. He's alive.
Voldemort's alive and he's under my headscarf. Does not the headgear scare you too? Hats, helmet,
Nah, just you.
does not the headgear scare you too?
Hats, helmets.
What could I be hiding?
Could I be hiding?
What could I be hiding?
What could I be hiding?
Voldemort's alive and
Voldemort's alive.
Voldemort's alive and he's under my headscarf.
He's alive. He's alive.
Voldemort's alive and he's under my headscarf.
He's alive. He's alive.
Voldemort's alive and he's under my headscarf.
Are you Hufflepuff? Are you Gryffindor?
No, I'm Slytherin. I'm fucking Voldemort. Voldemort, Voldemort, ooh, Voldemort, 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 ooh, Voldemort, 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 ooh, Voldemort, 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 ooh, Voldemort, Voldemort.
Assalamu alaikum, welcome in, hello, salams. I'm the debate queen, y'all call me queen. We're gonna get into another debate, or I should say panel, because it's not quite debate all the time, but you know how that goes. Okay, I'm just waiting for them.
Like
That's to me, that's a death threat.
for you,
Versus,
you go for like specifics is what you think is what your thought process.
That's what
is. Like,
because
you'd have to-
otherwise it's just like very harsh insults. You know,
it's
Okay, there
basically
we
just
go.
harassment if they're doing it constantly, but without actually like saying
let's
what
do
they're going to do.
this.
Basically, that's what you're thinking.
It's
Yeah,
phone faking.
I don't even. It's
Yeah.
not, I don't even think necessarily for the majority of people. It's about
This
the
second.
about like the actual fear for their life. Like, I mean, maybe for some people it is, but I think what the thing is legitimately is if you're dealing with someone who has like a large following, or if you put out the wrong type of tweet and then you get like, if you're like kind of a normie that just kind of says stuff on the internet and you get like a lot of backlash coming at you at once.
Yeah. I get
Like
what you're
the
saying.
build, like you can get,
Yeah.
it can be like you can catch off guard. Like you start catching strays left and right, people in your DMs.
yeah.
Like it kind of. I don't think that 99% of people are prepared for like a large creators community to
Man.
like.
No,
Yeah,
and that's
like
where, and
the-
that's, and I think this is, and that's what I was talking about when it came to like the whole parasocial relationships that fans have to like their favorite content creators, where like it'll be a tweet or some like something on social media where you're like, hey, I didn't like this person's take on this, or I don't like what they say about this, and then because that particular creator is not exactly responsible with their responsible with their messaging and stuff, all their fans who have somewhat of a parasocial relationship with them will go after you for saying it. Like it'll be a constant barrage. Like a few months back when I got completely harassed by Jai's community because I said I don't like her.
But like, I guess
Hold on,
what
let
I'm
me hop in
getting
here,
at.
Solus, real quick. Like, see, I guess it really depends on what type of person you are. Because with me and Solus' situation right now with the Destiny thing, there's a lot of people we know for a fucking fact that there's people out there talking, right? People are coming to us and telling us this, right?
Mhm.
But nobody's tagging us. Nobody's doing. Solus is quite frequently has went into DGG. You know what I'm saying? I go into Wix. Like we are accessible to people, but they're
If
not
you looking for
trying
me,
it.
you could get to me, bro.
Yeah. So it really, I think it's like the aura you may produce yourself. You know what I'm saying? Like I get a few DMs, I got one or two randoms talking crazy, but nothing too crazy.
Well, you
You know what
hadn't
I'm
really you hadn't done anything like that would make them like make people mad enough. Like
Yeah,
like I said, when
Calling
people
all of
actually get,
DGG racist is
yeah, that they hear that every
Yeah,
day.
yeah, that happens all the time.
Yeah,
I was about to say that. That's
and
a,
honestly, they're more comfortable with you talking about them versus talking about like if you would have came for Destiny himself, you probably would have got a different reaction. Like, like it's one thing to sound cool, and it's not even necessarily like oh man, this feels like I'm afraid, but like it starts out with like a lot of people like you becoming the butt of the joke. A lot of people are sending like really, really mean things about you. They hit you like self-conscious places. Like they start talking about your beard, they talking about your hairline, they call you fat.
I know. I mean,
like,
I've been
so-
on the other end of that. Like
Sure,
I have.
but it doesn't. But the thing is, you don't necessarily know where it stops. Like you hope that like okay, this is it. But then you start getting like nervous. Like oh, okay, are they going to start scraping up my internet history? Is someone going to figure out where I live? And not necessarily to show up, but like are they going to figure out where I work? Like and then you like I don't know what I might not have necessarily knew what I was
I'm
getting
not
into.
necessarily afraid of that. I've always been
Can I say something real quick?
personally been very a public person with all that stuff.
Magic, can I
And
say
this is
something?
another. Hold on, I'm gonna pass it to you right after this, Solus. Like right after, like, but normally if somebody comes at me crazy like that, I talk shit and I'm good at it. Like you call me a fat motherfucker, I'm coming at your head size. I'm talking about your mama. I'm going
that
at
one person,
everything.
2 people, 10 people, but
I got it for
100 people?
everybody.
I was about to say that. So in a case of like, this is because I always thought that this
Y'all
is
ain't
an
built like
interesting
this.
thing, as it's something that I've seen in real life. And it's kind of like interesting to see how it integrates into the internet culture. Like, I was always raised to believe if somebody threatened, the higher the threat, the more you have to prove it. Like the idea of somebody saying, "I'll shoot you," with no evidence. Like if somebody say, when next time we see you, we're gonna kill you. That's like a threat. You know what I'm saying? Like if it's somebody that you know, someone that can get access to you. But the idea of Joe Blow Schmo in South Dakota saying, "I wish you to die." I don't understand why people don't have a feeling of like, if you're not gonna do shit, then it don't matter. Because that's what people do. They talk. You think it's a pressure thing?
So
No, it's a.
hold on.
I don't think it's a.
Hold on.
Hold on, let me give this a try, right? Because I think, well, I don't know. I guess I don't know your lives. But I think I've been on the biggest end of a of an internet mob, right? Like I've been on the worst end of the internet mob than anyone here. And it's complicated, right? Like
We're losing.
Prime, we lost you.
Prime, we lost you.
They got you, bro. They're cutting off your internet. They're trying to silence you.
Yeah, the ancestors want you to speak.
They don't want to know the truth.
Hello?
Oh,
We
there
can
you
hear you
go.
now. We can hear you now.
Okay.
Hear you now.
All right.
Haley was trying to silence you, bro.
I think I didn't put in my all right, yeah. Anyway, whatever, it doesn't matter. So
So talk your shit.
yeah, so like as a person who's been there, I think it's pretty complicated. Like there's a lot of factors of that'll change how you feel about this. One, I'm not a person that's like easily like flappable. I'm not easily scared, right? So like that's part of it. But I also have like gone into this public life like knowing some shit could happen like that, right? And by public life, I mean like I'm not even internet famous, right? Like I'm not even internet famous. Not even on that level.
You so great. You like D+.
No, I say everyone, bro. When Prime was like, "Yo, Solus," I literally remember when you were like, "Yo, Solus, bro, you're a pretty interesting guy." Mad friends was like, "Yo, Prime said you were cool. What are you talking about? You down?
Oh, really?
You downplaying yourself?
You're a lot
Oh,
more
yeah.
popular than you think you are.
Even Solus afterwards, I know he don't want me to say this. He was like, "Oh my god, fucking Prime."
All right, you dick eating, bro. You
I
dick
like
eating,
it.
bro.
I
Stop.
like it.
Stop. Stop. With teeth, bro.
Barbara
Stop.
glazing is crazy.
Well, okay. I'll accept that then. Thank you. But in any case, like I went to this understanding that something like this might happen, right? So I was
Mhm.
mentally prepared. Of course, there's a difference between a person who is not in this game at all, right? It's a complete
Mm.
different mindset, but still, I went there expecting this. But when the drama comes, especially if you're not like a person who looks for drama, I think people can agree that I'm not a person who looks for drama, right? But when the drama comes,
I don't know
I-
about that one.
you,
You think
that's-
crime with the bullshit? You think crime about that action?
It could be. I've seen no flashes.
No. I'll come for people like on political terms, right? Like,
Okay.
and that's what I'm expecting. That's why I want political drama, right? About
Okay.
like that, like interpersonal shit. I don't go after people. Like when there's like interpersonal fights between streamers, I keep out of it. I don't talk about it, right? Unless there's like a larger topic to discuss around it. Like I keep it political, and that's it. And I don't drama farm. But when the drama comes out of you like left field, that's like you're not going to be expecting it, right? And when it came at me, like I was floored. And then the wave, right? Like my DMs blew up with people who didn't know me.
Disgusting or
Like,
monster. Like,
whatever, yeah,
everything.
disgusting monster, right? Like the worst things deserve to be happening to me, like talking to me like I'm a rapist, like things.
Whoa.
The
and,
fuck?
yeah,
Yeah.
and people, and then there's other people beyond that who are escalating things, right? Like so there's like the facts of the case, right, which most people won't know in the beginning, and then those who are ratcheting up the drama, and then you can't do anything about that. You can't take any actions, like and responding back could make it worse, and you feel like there's a powerlessness to this, and you're hoping that you can like clear your name. And not only is it happening with me because I had a famous person who backed me up, but beyond that, I'd have been fucked. So like it's just like it feels like this onslaught that comes that surrounds you, and it just I don't know.
Can I give a?
I want
Yeah, no,
to.
you
I want to
want.
say something real quick, please.
Go ahead, bro. Talking shit.
Yeah. So I feel like back when I was 19, I had this very, very viral clip on Twitter. It was like almost 1 million views, like 700 something. And it was embarrassing because I thought I looked good dancing, but I was trash dancing, looking back at it.
It'd be
And
like that.
I was
It'd be like
bullied to oblivion because of it. And I thought I had the toughest skin in the world, but after you've been dogpiled by countless thousands of people, that shit really gets to you. So if I felt bad from that, I can understand, and that's just from getting bullied over dancing, right? I can understand like how people would be, how people can feel really hurt by a more severe comment, like people want you to die. So like just for me being hurt because I'm dancing bad, I'm hurt by that. I can imagine how it will take less people to say that they want you to die for you to feel even worse. And so that's the perspective that I'm coming on with the death threat situation.
Can I give a
And-
nuance that? Oh,
Now,
sorry,
go ahead,
finish.
Solus. No, okay.
Yeah,
The
and I do
final
wanna
thing I
finish
want.
my
I want to hop in
but-
after Solus because I did. want to
hold on.
reply to
I
that.
do need to finish my point, but so
Oh, I thought you were done. My bad.
Yeah.
Okay,
So
so
I
just
Do
real
I go?
quick.
Do you go? I
Yeah.
don't.
Okay,
So
real
let's
quick.
go ahead. I'll
say
go
two
after you, and
Matt,
then
say
I'll
two
let
sentences.
Majin in.
Let me say 2 sentences, then Solus goes.
Okay, sure.
Yeah, and with the dogpiling thing, just another thing is like when you were Majin was talking about or Ben was talking about if you go after Destiny viewers, I did go after Destiny on Destiny's Reddit, and I just got dogpiled. Like they didn't even understand my arguments that I was making. They didn't even try to acknowledge it. They just if I didn't say anything bad against Destiny, which I'm a huge fan of anyways. It's like I'm a big fan, but here's a critique of him. Any critique is like not received well in that Reddit at all.
Which he would probably
No,
agree with too.
I was about to say like
that's not unique though.
Can I go after
I was-
Yeah, no.
Martin?
I was just about to say
So-
that like I feel like so this is the nuance where I try to look at it. I've always been the kid that cracked a lot of jokes. I've always been a person that used humor to get through things, and with that, I grew up with a lot of like roasting. My entire family roasts each other. My friends did. Like I'm a rapper. I'm pretty witty when it comes to jokes and shit. And something I've learned in that culture is, and even too, y'all can relate to this like on the internet. A lot of times, the person that is the butt of the joke takes on their own persona. people don't, like you said, they don't know what the fuck you actually said. They don't know what you actually mean. They don't really care about you. You are just something for them to laugh at until the next thing comes along, right? And so how I try to look at it, and I always wonder why, because I feel like everybody participates in one some shape or form. Why other people don't do this is like when the joke's on me, right? Just like when you're getting roasted, is take it on the chin and keep it pushing, right? They don't even know you. They don't give a shit what you had to say. You are just entertainment for right now, and that just is what it is. A lot of the times it don't even be personal. You're just the meme right now. You could actually talk to these people and they'd probably be like, yeah, bro, I really get what you're saying. But that's not the type of time. People are just looking to laugh. It's the internet. No one actually gives that much of a fuck. But I mean, that's just how I see it.
Yeah, so on that note, like I literally saw, like, someone sent me a screenshot of this individual who was like an individual who had been on my panel previously, right? And who I had treated kindly, who had basically was saying like, oh yeah, I knew Prime was awful for this and this reasons, and then someone responds and like proves, okay, well, this is all wrong and here's the proof, right? And they go back like, oh, I actually don't give a fuck, right? This is just entertainment for me.
You
right?
feel me?
Literally what they said. It's unbelievable. So yeah, they literally don't care about your life. But like, especially in this internet age, what this does, it leaves a trail of breadcrumbs so that other people can find these things later. So like these words don't just happen at one point in time. Like they are memorialized there. So and I wanted to just like finish my previous point with that, like part of like what changes how you feel about this is like your level of openness, how public you are about your personal life. So going into this, like I knew some shit could happen, and so I've been very careful about like my personal details, right? Like I don't talk about that shit at all. I leave it out, right? And I am so glad that happened, because if not, then my actual name would be attached to sexual harasser, right? Like that would be there. It's a public record. So like in the future, I like opportunities will be taken away. I lost opportunities like in big ones. Like at that time, it was a really awful moment for that stuff to happen to me. Like at that time, really huge opportunities. Like if I DM'd you guys, you find out like what I missed, you'd like, oh man, it was disastrous.
Send it. I would like.
But in any case,
I was tuned in.
Like, but in any case, like,
we're not Ellen DeGeneres.
Hold on, guys. So like it was an awful moment, but like that would have been worse if my actual name was involved there. And then like, can people find you, right? Like, will they? And it doesn't have to end with you. Will they contact your family and harass them, right? Contact their workplaces. All these things are on the table. So like, we haven't even gotten to death threats. And then it's about your gender, right? I happen to be male, but like female, like it's the death threats and the rape threats. And those things just, and they'll send those rape threats for any fucking. They'll send those rape threats when they think you're a slut. Like, I'm gonna rape you, all right? Whatever. It's crazy, right? So like, and that has, and for especially for women, like that has a different feeling of like oppression on their mind. So there's all these factors that go into it. And yes, a lot of those people can't carry it out. But like that, like an ocean of those comments coming at you, yeah, that'll destroy your mental health. Part of the way I protected myself was to like not read that shit. I was like, you know what, I'm gonna concentrate on clearing my name. So I'm not gonna be worried about that stuff, right? But that's the way I've always been from the very beginning. So that really did help me. But for others, like some people can't help but read. There's another streamer I had known, and she had gotten to she'd always gotten into drama, and she would constantly read those messages, constantly, and it destroyed her mental health. She like had to take constant breaks from the scene because it was so much, because of all the things, and sometimes just like basic criticism, anything you do, right? But then once you get to drama, it gets even worse. So yeah, like it's hard to like say like how individual people should act, right? For me, death threats, I'm with you on Solus, that like on the fact that am I scared about dying? Like no, right? Most people are motherfucking punks, right? Like, I get that shit, right?
Talk your
They're
shit,
bullshitting.
Prime. Talk your shit.
They're bullshitting, right? Like, even my dress was out there. These motherfuckers ain't showing up here. They're not showing up here, right? So like, I'm really scared of that. But that's me. And for so many others, I perfectly understand why they aren't. So Majin and then Debate Queen.
So, yeah, like pretty much I'll cover both you and Solus cover, but what I was gonna say, but I guess I'll reiterate it. But yeah, you shouldn't read any of the comments. One of the things I know y'all don't know me well, but like I'm pretty well known in the Discord of DGG. Like if I go in there, everybody knows who the fuck Majin is, right? I'm the butt of jokes most of the fucking time. Matter of fact, before all this shit started, you guys Solus, there was like 2 blatant lies that I paid for flied some e-girl out to me, and then they broke me, and I had to take a sabbatical in fucking Canada, right? Didn't really pay them much mind. I don't look me as an old person. I don't read the comments. Like even in DGG, I don't read the text chat. Video games, I don't read like the actual like one of my buddy Waldro was like, yo, we play Rust together. He's like, Majin doesn't look at the text chat. Don't read the comments, man. And at the end of the day, it comes down to you as a character. I know in my hearts of hearts and everything about me is I'm a good, upstanding guy. I'm genuine and stuff like that. Whatever shit they're fucking talking, it's not true. But you know what is true is my boy Solus right here are the boys that I fuck with heavy, and their opinions of me when I go into my places and they're like, hey Majin, you my homie, you the shit. Well, that's what means. But that's what means something. I don't give a fuck about fucking NPC number 1, NPC number 2, whatever. I don't know you. I don't know your face. You ain't. What you eat don't make me shit. All right. Like it's true, and you just got to keep it pushing like that.
Debate Queen.
Yeah. I actually had a little segue in the beginning of last Friday's thing on my channel, and basically I just was fed up. Like, I'm tired of hearing all these white fucking leftists going after black people, making up bullshit lies, all that shit. It's just fucking racism online. Ain't nobody got time for it. But people like out there fucking believe the lies. Oh, you get someone DDoSed me. Oh, someone sent some razor blades in the mail. Oh, someone sent a huge long letter to get this person fired from their job. Bullshit lies. It's like, why do you feel the need to go after black people? Why do you feel the need to like do this shit? It's fucking pointless. And a lot of them espouse it like racism and hatred and all that bullshit, but like, you ain't a fucking ally at the end of the day. That allyship is bullshit. It's fucking bullshit. And you gotta take that shit with a motherfucking grain of salt.
Can I
don't lie, DQ. I really, hold on, wait a minute. I gotta say something.
Fuck your shit.
I ain't gonna lie, DQ. I'm rocking with this teal blue right now.
Oh, thank you.
Oh my god, this motherfucker.
I'm a fan. DQ be putting it on. Like at first I thought it was crazy, but I'm like, you know what? I kind of.
You said she got that shit on, bro.
She really
put that
does.
shit on. She put that shit on.
It is a nice color. I'll give it that.
Yeah, but if you watch my Friday thing about Islam in the beginning part, that's all I literally fucking go into. Like, I just can't fucking stand around and fucking be quiet anymore. Like, I'm gonna stand up for people, because it's just bullshit. You ain't no fucking ally. You ain't a fucking leftist. It's fucking bullshit. Bull fucking
Can I ask
shit.
you a question?
Wait, isn't that an oxymoron?
When
You're
there
a
was-
Muslim leftist?
Really?
I don't want no smoke. I don't want no sauce. If y'all finna shoot at each other and go at it, I don't want no problem.
I'm putting up the barrier. We ain't doing that.
I was gonna ask Prime a question. Prime, so when those opportunities are taken away from you, having an actual, because a lot of people will say shit like, if it ain't affecting my money or my family, I don't really care. When there was an actual $0, like it was a dollar amount to what was taken from you, how did you? I would imagine that caused you some kind of frustration. How did you deal with that?
I mean, what am I? I don't know what I was supposed to say. Like, I punched a few holes in my walls. Like, there's nothing that could be done, right? I just had to take it on the chin, understand that those opportunities are lost. Hopefully, maybe I can get them back in the future. But like, I mean, it was I'm thinking about it now, and like, it had been something I had been working toward, right, and building up, and like trying to prove myself for. And then this thing happens, right? And basically, it's like a PR sensitive thing, you know. And the moment it happened, I knew it's done. We're done, right? Like that opportunity is just gone now. I would probably have to wait a few years, assuming I could get myself out of it. Like, you know, in that moment, I wasn't positive of that. But like, assuming I could get myself out from under this, it still would probably take me a few years to even try again.
Yeah, it does suck. There's probably, because the thing is, people, the downside of people on the internet jumping from joke to joke is once they had, like, there's some people to this day that was the only thing they heard about you, and that's who you are now. Like, if you come up even years later, like, oh yeah, he's the such and such guy, or that's the such and such girl, and like, and that's something that you don't really move past. I think there's only two types of people.
Yeah, you cut out. Whatever you did.
You pulled the prime Kai on us.
Yeah, yo shit just stopped.
Fucked up.
Yo shit just
Good
stopped.
joke, but that's fucked up.
It might be Discord. It might just be Discord fucking up.
I
No,
think
that's his mic. This is Mike.
Talk.
Hello?
Yeah, there you go.
I'm back. Okay, that was crazy. There's probably only two types, types of people that, well, maybe three types of people that can handle that. There's people that like have almost no presence online, the type of people that can actually like really disconnect, like they cut it off and like go out, which is rare for today's times. I think the second type is people who, I don't know, have a strange characteristic of really not giving a F, but that's not even be a positive thing. Like, they probably, if they don't like feel any of the like negative criticism coming to them, they probably also don't give a F about like things too positively either. Like, you probably have like some little stuff going on there. Or the third type is someone with their own sort of rival content base that can give them a positive affirmation that it kind of washes out the negative. So you're hearing all this negative stuff, but if you kind of have a following yourself and you have enough people on your side that they're like, no, you're great, that sucks, I can't believe they're doing that to you, you might be able to overcome. But if you're just an individual, just a GDI out here and like facing all this backlash, like, I don't believe that no matter how prepared you think you are to like take on it, I don't think you can. The second thing, even bigger than like streamers, I've had it happen to me 2 times, like to semi degrees, like in just like the Twitter world. One was when I got into some Twitter beef with Jackie Harry, the mom from Sister Sister. Me and her
What
had.
the hell is you
Wait,
doing?
what?
Wait, what?
Yeah.
You not doing what?
No way.
Said that shit smooth like it wasn't. Why the
Yeah.
fuck
Was that
That's
Dave? Was that
royalty too. What are you
Um,
doing? That's
many
royalty.
questions.
I feel like I was there.
I don't even remember the context, but I know she was talking junk. That's all I didn't know. And me and Jackie Harry went at it, and like the aunties started coming at me, and like the younger black women coming for the aunties, and I got called some like super mean things. I was like, dang, maybe I'm not as cute as I thought I was. Like, they got on me. That was a minor one. The bigger one was like, the big one was I accident. This was like an accident. This wasn't even intentional. I accidentally got into
Hey,
a little bit of beef
Morton,
with the
welcome
Beehive.
in. I'm
And-
well. How about yourself?
Fuck around with the fuck
They
around.
don't play.
We got fucked up now.
I don't say nothing
They
about
don't
Beyonce.
play.
I don't say nothing about Beyonce. bro.
You really shouldn't. Like, it didn't go well for me. It didn't go well for me at all. Like, at first I was like responding to everybody, but then they just kept coming, and then the people I responded to had like 6 or 7 people responding to them. Like, I was like, oh my god. Like, I was like, I learned, just stay out of Beehive business. And what's crazy is like we're in the middle of like what potentially a United States Civil War, because Beyonce and Taylor Swift are on tour at the same time right now, which is insane. Like,
Taylor Swift ain't
Try to-
nothing, bro.
Thank you,
bro, don't
Morton.
say that.
I'll say that.
The
I
tape
appreciate
has-
that.
Be out of it.
You're working. Oh,
Keep me out of
okay.
it.
The
Well,
Swifties
are
take it
just
easy
as
while
intense
you're
as the
working,
Beehive,
you
like-
know?
We know.
Beyonce-
White women come out and
No.
drunk.
Michael
I do
Jackson's
not,
better.
I am not a part of him. I'm not
Michael
part of him.
Jackson's better.
I
Better
am-
than Beyonce and Taylor Swift combined.
But it's crazy that they're like.
I
touring at the same
denounce
time.
this.
Like I mean, like I kind of like watch it from the outside. Like there's legitimate like I guess I'm like kinda playing, but there's like legitimate like
All right,
racial
sounds
tension
good,
based on
Morgan.
how you feel about
I
preference between Taylor
appreciate you
Swift and
just
Beyonce.
being here,
It's
friend.
a real
Yeah.
thing.
Can I ask you a question? In that
What's up?
case, I mean, even with streamers, if a bunch of fans of a fucking artist come at you like that heavy, do you look at them like y'all a bunch of losers and keep it moving? Is there any thought of like, bro, you're really arguing me because I said Beyonce's album was trash? Does that ever pop in your mind?
I feel like it's a different energy when it's like a
When it's an actual, like, big
fandom, like an
celebrity
artist,
like
right?
that.
It feels, at least to me from the outside, like if the Beehive came after me, right? Like I think I would feel far less threatened. I understand that it'd like a torrent, right? It'd be like a fucking not even a fire hose, right? Like it's like it's a tsunami, but like I feel like it would be a different thing that like I don't know, but
They fear nothing. It's different from streamer energy. They have no Nicki Minaj's fans attack the CDC. over Nicki Minaj, like Nicki
her
Minaj,
bullshit
the
story?
cousin with the balls, like, and then the CDC said Beyonce said that Nicki Minaj was lying.
Her
well,
dumbass said that. Oh, go ahead.
That sentence is so perfect. Oh
yeah,
my
Nicki Minaj, like this is back like in the peak of COVID. Nicki Minaj was kind of an anti-vaxxer. And Nicki Minaj made the claims that like, oh yeah, like I have a cousin down in like Jamaica, and her boyfriend balls like he got the shot and his balls expanded like 4 times the size. And then the CDC came out and said actually that didn't happen. There's no notice of like, the vaccine doing that. And when I tell you the Barbs were outside at the CDC like January 6th, like they was like, we will rush this bit. And I was like, if you're willing to attack the United States government, you have no you fear nothing. You have no there's nothing that can stop.
I mean, to be fair, man, she was
think
thinking
the
that
Barb's-
somebody was running around on this planet with Randy Marsh balls. Like, no, nobody's gonna buy that.
Bro,
If you
Barb's
really,
did.
y'all gotta wait. So I just want to know because I got it. So she said, "Hey, I got an uncle, cousin, dude, family phone him from Jamaica, whose nuts grew 3 times this Christmas." And the CDC was like, "Hey, bro, don't do that shit. That doesn't happen when you take the vaccine." And the Barbs pulled up today, like
It
they
was
read,
like,
they
you
pulled.
don't call Nikki a liar. Like they pulled up to
Oh
the
my
CDC
God,
and was like
that's
ready to
hilarious.
bum rush. Like they had to end up calling like the state what you call it in the military in because they was like, wait a minute, the Barbs is like dangerous.
do you think if Beyonce ran for president, she'd win?
She have a good freaking chance. She have a good freaking chance. She would get her name would be on the ballot. Like
She would be
when
on
you
the
go
debate stage?
on the national Beyonce would absolutely be on the debate stage. She's a billionaire. Like Kanye was one thing. Beyonce's different. Beyonce would get like 12% of the vote.
Wait. I feel like one of the most cult, especially in they like very politically charged fan bases, music is Kanye West's fan base. Like they are, they actually are probably one of the best political fan bases you have because no matter what Kanye does, they will figure out some deeper play that he's trying to make that you just don't understand.
GSU Gambit, who's not here to defend himself, he's one of them.
No, I'm one of them too. Trust me, I'm a huge Kanye fan, but I'm the biggest. Hold on, let me pause. But yeah, I think when it comes to Beyonce though, the Beehive, I think they will mobilize more.
Yeah.
I think Kanye fans will defend like verbally Kanye, but Beyonce fans, you gonna have these women move.
What she say in the Republican debate last night? She said, "If you want something said, ask a man. If you want something done, ask a woman." The Beehive would mobilize. I'm telling you.
I don't know, maybe it's biased. I live in Chicago. I grew up, and I just feel like all the Ye fans are like they just like everything he does, they have this whimsical way. Now you have to understand it was a deeper play that you show. Like when Kanye West started dressing started dressing like Batman, they all did it. Like that's a cult family. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't know. Maybe that's just me. I feel like he could do it.
No, I'm telling you, can't.
He
We
tried.
got one of them.
He tried though. I really think Beyonce will be more successful at politics.
But yeah, Kanye's also
Why?
his own
You
problem.
don't know anything about her politics.
what I'm
Like,
saying-
oh,
this
you
is
know,
what I'm
no, very little.
Like campaigning. It's not
What
about
I'm saying,
her
like,
positions.
I was gonna say she's probably gonna be a bad politician, but if she was
So
to run-
you know what's the weirdest thing about Ye?
And I mean, you could
I
kind of
remember
look
when
at.
Kanye West
The
first
weirdest?
said, no, the weirdest thing about like the whole Ye thing, how people hate Kanye West and shit. Kanye West, back in the
Autistic,
early
bro.
days, was saying that the government is administering AIDS to black people, and everyone just danced. No one said shit. No one. I swear. I noticed.
Just
it.
dance.
Jesus walks, nigga.
It's
Jesus walks.
heard him say, and I think gorgeous. I remember it vividly because I'm a Ye fan, and he just did. I was the only one that was like, "Hey, bro, y'all hear the shit he's saying on these?" But
I'd be.
as us, go ahead. What's up, Bobby?
Oh, I was gonna say I'd be a little concerned about Beyonce because can't remember well, but you remember Jay-Z made a lot of bad choices, and when you, as a black person, you had that side item when he took that NFL deal when he bought into a team instead of buying a team. So you gotta understand,
Nah,
like
I
the way they
don't- what-
move
I
is
didn't-
a little
I
bit
didn't-
different.
I didn't hate Jay-Z for that move, bro. I was like, I don't know what
Hey,
y'all.
get
What
your
did you?
money, player. Get your money, player.
I was about to say like,
But he's
so,
got
like-
money. What?
no, I
You
mean,
got
let's say,
more
like,
now.
like Colin Kaepernick ran that, not to disrespect the man, but Colin Kaepernick's protest kind of ran his course, and like Jay-Z said, we're moving on to actionable items. Like, what are we? Okay, we protested. What are we about to do actionably? You can not like it, but I understand the play there.
I mean,
No,
I
I'm
get,
a
I
huge-
get getting your
I'm a
foot in the
huge-
door, but getting actually cucked out of owning the team for whatever reason it was, you know what I'm saying?
Oh no, he has a position in the NFL. He runs all the halftime shows, if I'm not mistaken.
But he tried to buy a team. I forgot what team it was up, and he was told no, and they allowed him to buy into it.
So you have either
Could've known
leave
it
with
directly.
nothing or be able to run the biggest show in America
True,
every year.
true,
Like
true.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, he is. It's a step. It's the foot in the door,
It's
right? But
encroaching,
I
yeah,
would have
exactly.
liked to see a black person own a team, right? You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying?
So-
There is some disappointment in that.
It'll happen eventually, I feel.
Yeah.
Plus, when
So
it
I
comes to
feel like-
Colin, I'm a big Colin hater when it comes to his Netflix show. Why is it called Black and White, bro? Come on, that's too cliche.
Oh my god.
So let's. I want to
What's up, guys?
try to stay focused. So I think we've like run the course of on this death testing. Les Razor, who's not here right now. Razor, okay. So I'm assuming that he didn't have anything else to say on this. Bam, did you have another topic? I thought you wanted to jump in.
Oh, I didn't. This is not an entire topic. This is just my like 30-second comment on like the movie of the week. Seen Blue Beetle, and it's like the most 7 out of 10 movie I ever seen in my life.
It's 7 out of 10. Come on, though, right?
There's nothing wrong with it. It just the only issue is there's not an issue at all. The thing is like they have no idea what they want to do with it, like because they're blowing up DC, like they're blowing up the
trying.
universe. And start. Well, I mean, they're doing it. It's confirmed that they're blowing up the universe, and they don't know if Blue
Oh, you
Beetle's
mean
gonna
like
be.
blow it up, like nuke it? Okay.
Yeah.
I thought you meant like blowing up, like it.
No, not
explode
better.
it.
No, I'm saying they're
Yeah,
like
yeah.
starting over, and
Oh,
they
gotcha.
they had no idea. Basically, they have no idea if they want Blue Beetle to be part of whatever they're making that next, or if like they're gonna blow it up too. So it had like no direct ties or references to any other character in any of the movie because they're like, we kind of don't know what this is. Like if it does well, then like yeah, this is part of the new gen. If it doesn't, then they're like, oh, that was part of the old stuff. But like it felt like a Mexican Black Panther. So if this movie came out in like 2012, it probably 2012, 2013, it probably makes a $1 billion. Like it was like really like fine, but there was nothing special about it. It was just like the typical story you hear, and it was kind of like it was just a little late for it coming out.
I felt like it was a nice movie. You take your little brother, your siblings, your kids too. It's great for the next generation. I look at a lot of movies, especially when it comes to like Marvel movies and stuff like that. Like it's not necessarily meant for me. If it has some tie-ins to stuff to my old head, I'm old head, right? If it has some callbacks to some shit like that, fuck you, Solus. I'm gonna love it. You know what I'm saying? But like, generally, that movie, I couldn't have said a bad thing about it. I could take my daughter to it, and it would have been a great movie for her to see.
So
They already did Mexican Black Panther.
Yeah, the last one. Fair enough. But so I do want to like concentrate on politics. So that's what my audience,
I
what
understand.
I got comes through for. We do have the Trump mugshot. The Trump
Oh,
mug.
shit.
It dropped.
I've been waiting
It
for this.
dropped? Oh shit! I
It's
gotta
on,
Yes,
it's on the front page of NBCnews.com and probably all other
So-
news sites as well.
So
Um,
yeah, one of my
Let's get it.
Oh,
one
look at him.
of my
Fulton
OPs
County?
posted that. He looks like he's trying his hardest not to cry while
Oh
being
my
mad as fuck.
God.
Oh
think-
my
Kind of looks like
God.
Droopy the dog with a bad spray tan and a wig.
So
It
me and
feels like-
Solus have
Wait,
this
where is
buddy
it?
named Cal, and his name is Angry Black Baby, right? And his profile picture of this
day.
angry black baby, and
That's what you say. He look like folks.
no, I'm saying the title. He looks like an angry white baby, like just with this mugshot with Trump.
Where's this mugshot at? Y'all posted in a group chat thing?
If you look at the
Yeah.
stream, Solus,
No,
yeah, I
just
got
go
it pulled up.
NBCnews.com. NBCnews.com. Just go there.
I got
Or
it
just
pulled up
Twitter.
right now.
Yeah.
His eyes are red. He looks like he cried in the car on the way there.
Yep.
That's
Yeah.
fucked up. That's fucked up.
Um,
If this
So-
was 2008, that Gucci Man cover of that shit would be so hard, bro.
Oh crap! Did anybody watch? Like I made a reference, but did anybody actually watch the Republican debate last night? That I mean,
I watched a
little
little
bit.
bit
In the middle
of
of the
it.
D&D session, I was listening to it.
I'm about to say we can definitely reference some of the highlights of that.
Guy,
um,
was he debating?
Trump
So I
was in-
now
in-
understand.
No, Trump was nowhere
Oh,
near
go
it.
ahead.
No, no,
sorry,
Indian.
I finally
Sean.
understand why so many rappers like Donald Trump. The second he got the RICO charge, he fit directly into that. All of a sudden, it makes perfect sense.
So, actually, you know what? That's the subject we can talk about right now. That's actually interesting, right? Like, why some black rappers, like Trump, you know?
He freed them.
Pretty easy.
Well, there's
He's rich.
He got him out of
Yeah.
jail.
Oh,
he was
I mean,
he
no,
was a
for
literal
real, though.
get out of jail free card.
In the 90s and stuff like that, Trump was very active in the
No,
black
we talking about
community.
today, for them. We talking
Oh,
about
today. I was like, well, he
No,
said
he
black
freed-
rappers
no,
in
no, no.
general.
historically.
but yeah. Well,
Yeah,
this is
historically,
historical
yeah.
Thing? All right. Well.
Oh,
talk
yeah. Back in the day, Donald Trump, everybody wanted to
Was
be
an
Donald Trump.
ally.
Because
Yeah, he was an
before he
ally.
was this Donald Trump, he was just a rich billionaire. So you can imagine a lot of rappers wanted to associate.
And it's
with
not
the
even
cool-
that. He hung out with like famous Mike Tyson, a lot of prolific, famous black athletes. He was right next to him all the fucking time.
You
Like
know
he
ally.
was.
That's crazy.
The culture
say-
It
fucked
just
with
wasn't
him.
the word for him.
Yeah.
Ally,
was a-
no.
He was he was the king of New York. Like that's what
Yeah.
he did. He was in
Yeah.
New York. So if you was in New York at a big event, Donald Trump was gonna be there, and he let you take a picture with him.
The
But
culture fucked with
he didn't go home and like, man, I really like those black people. That has never been Donald
Well,
Trump.
no,
He-
because again, Mike Tyson creamed Abdul-Jabbar. There's
Yeah.
a ton of different people that were best friends with Trump. Best friends.
For
'cause they-
real?
like I said, they're just hot. That's just
No,
like
wait.
the celebrity of it.
Wait,
I don't believe
Kareem was
Kareem.
friends with Trump?
I don't
Oh.
believe that for a
I
second.
don't. Not Kareem.
Yeah, he was. Yes,
Yes,
he
he was.
Kareem, yes, he was.
Absolutely
Well,
was.
before the Central Park 5, right? It had to be.
I don't know when it was.
There's
but I
no
know he
way it was
cool,
after
though.
Central
Wait,
Park 5.
are we talking about Trump being? I zoned out for a second there. We're talking about Trump being racist.
No, being very popular amongst athletes and rappers.
Okay, it's about him being racist. Okay, because I definitely remember him and his father definitely kicking out. I definitely remember the stories of him and his father being very prejudiced against any black individual who would try to either rent a room in his hotels or buy any or be anywhere near his properties.
That was. I felt like that was later towards like.
So
No,
I
this
think
is
the
his
present day-
father. This is his father, and eventually him when he took the business over.
Yeah,
It
but
was
like
what he
when the
did.
story
I could get
became
the present
prevalent
day why
was
people
during
fuck with
like during the Apprentice thing, and that's when Trump wasn't for
No,
the
no.
black
Majid.
folks no more.
Majid,
And when he
Majid.
started the
You're
Apprentice,
talking about you're talking about the old shit.
I'm
Present
talking
day,
before the Apprentice.
the
Oh, we're talking
present day, a lot of
he still
present-
is racist for the Central Park 5 thing. He still says
No,
that they were guilty,
I'm not
even though
saying
they
Donald
didn't
Trump
cover
is
it.
a racist. I'm saying that because Prime asked why do a lot of rappers fuck with him? Well,
Ah,
he literally
okay.
freed very popular rappers like Kodak Black, right? And I remember specifically when Ice Cube was on that tirade where he got really sick of the Democratic Party, and he basically was like, black people will just vote for, he felt like black people should vote for whoever has the high, like who's gonna do for black people. He drew up an entire list of demands, or not demands, but things for black people. I think reparations was in there, and he fucked with Donald Trump. And Donald Trump was willing to listen. Like it was that. Like it was
I can't
that.
believe you got by the propaganda.
I
can't
put
believe you
I
bringing
put
up the
quotations
plan
on
for Black
listen
America.
there.
But
I put quotation on listen there. No, it basically is a wall. The words are
no.
coming,
When I
not
say
getting anywhere
listen,
near
what
them.
I'm saying listening is that that's how hip hop felt. Like, well, at least the motherfucker talked to. Not that he actually took it into stride and was like, "Yo, I'm gonna do something."
Yeah,
But
no,
that
yeah.
was the sentiment in hip hop, that at least
Question.
he talked to this person. At least he
Question. I have a
freed
good
these
question
people.
for y'all.
What's up?
Would Donald Trump be redeemed? Can he redeem himself if he said,
No.
let's give black people
I just no. I don't care what you say.
let's
No.
give
care
black
what
people-
words you're
let's
gonna
give
say.
black people reparations and actually follows up with it?
It would take a long time. It would take a long time.
He would die. He would end up dying before it can go. 100%
that
It would always that
problem.
In this
boy.
hypothetical,
the stain that-
let's imagine
Yeah.
it could happen in 4 years. In this,
I mean,
No,
I'm
for
engaging
sure.
with you. It's just like what Bam said. It's like he would, because listen, you could be the biggest saint in the world. You could cure cancer, right? You fuck up and do one bad thing, right? You're gonna be remembered forever for that, right? You could be all you could be the person that cured cancer, but you diddle kids or some shit like that. You know what I'm saying? Like,
that's true. Many
Trump-
famous
yeah,
people
that-
did amazing
that
things
whole-
and actually done fucked
hold
up
on.
things.
Let me cook. So with Trump in this situation, yeah, he could get reparations, but that stain of what it would take years. It would
Hey,
take
bro,
time
Gandhi
for that
allegedly.
stain of what he did.
Gandhi
to get-
allegedly had children service him, if you get what I'm getting at. So with that being said, I don't know if that's because you can do something really amazing in history and people will just remember the good things you did, and then
Well,
you gotta.
honestly,
What's up?
I think that's because people didn't know. Now,
Okay.
If
okay,
if
okay.
Trump if Trump dropped reparations, absolutely, his black approval rating would be in like the mid 80s.
That'd
and I would be one of
But
them.
how does that work? How do you do like? I just don't even. That would go against everything. His fan
Yeah,
base. I don't know how the fuck that
exactly.
would work.
It wouldn't happen. But I'm saying like if Trump
Yeah.
dropped like a comprehensive like
They'll start saying his ass.
billion,
There's-
probably talking $1 trillion reparation package. Like, yeah, like regardless of how you feel about the aesthetic of it, like that would be the most progressive piece of legislation ever passed in U.S. history. He would get a pass. for
They
that.
would be saying that Donald Trump is a clone. I can hear. I can
Oh,
hear
no,
it right now.
Because
Gucci
there
Mane?
is even though I definitely hate the dude, I am willing whenever he does good thing, I'm willing to hey, good job, you still suck, but good job. Like
Yeah,
I could
but,
do that.
But my deal is like how many rappers throughout time have mentioned Trump? You got Snoop Dogg that like Trump, Migos like Trump, Lil Wayne like Trump,
Yeah.
Kanye, of course, Juicy J, Rich Homie Quan, Diddy, Mac Miller, E40. All these people mention him. Whatever.
I
Why?
think Bam hit it right at the start of this, right? Like before he got most is before he was president. Before he was president, he was just as a celebrity. He was like associated with like wealth and status, which is what like all Trump wanted. Right, he wanted to be associated with wealth and status. He wanted a marketing PR. He made himself richer than he is. Like, is he actually a billionaire? There's like very much big questions around it. He don't want to prove it, right? He don't want to like literally. There was the case. I think it was Fortune 500, like the Fortune magazine, that like he was on the Fortune 500, and then eventually they rescinded that because they're like, oh, we're not so sure, right? like it's crazy. So like no one knows. But probably not, because I think if he did have the goods, he would brag about that too. So in any case, but he managed to like work himself within the popular media. This is the guy who would be calling newspapers, right? With a different persona. He had a different name. He called himself Barron at the time. His name, he called like the name of his like youngest son right now, Barron. He would call it to newspapers, and I think sometimes he would even try to use a different voice, but like the newspaper journalists, like in the 90s, like they knew who it was. Like it was just him, Trump, and he would like report on Trump. Be like he would call, like imagine him this call, right? You're a newspaper journalist, right? Phone rings, right? And this dude, let's say it was Barack, right? It was actually Barack Obama, right? Barack was, he was all like, "Hey, have you heard what
Deep in
Obama was
America.
up to?" Right? Did you hear about?
Yeah, Barack Obama guy. He's a pretty good guy for all I.
Like, did you hear about his new legislation? Right? Like, this guy's amazing. He just never stops. That's what he did. That's what Trump did. He actually called. He would talk about like look at this accomplishment he made, right? Or look, he was hanging out with. Like, did you know about that? He would actually tell reporters this.
That's what led to like his legend. That's why people like found him. The shit like that's why people find Trump entertaining.
I mean, for all you want to say, Donald Trump is the most famous person from the most famous city in the country. New York is the most, like, when people think of America from wherever in the world, the first city they think of is New York. And
LA.
Donald Trump is the most famous person to ever come from New York. The next is probably the Rockefellers, but like Donald Trump is number one. I mean, he like at this point he has to.
Rockefellers are not that famous. I feel like Jay-Z Trump's dad.
You think Jay-Z is more famous than Rockefeller?
Yes.
Not even get engaged in that.
There's a joke in there. There's a Rock
Rockefeller
Nation
family.
joke in there, but I can't find it. It's a Rock
But-
Nation joke in there.
But like we have to, I don't even know if you call it flowers. You just have to accept that's the reality. So when you think of rappers, celebrities, athletes, whatever, like when you're in New York, who's the guy that you want to be around? Like it's not even about it's not about Trump himself, about him being a cool person.
I don't even.
It's an essence. It's like this is
the
what
brand.
status looks like. This is the baller of all ballers. This is.
It's
I'm
kind
gonna-
of like
I actually wanna-
Do y'all
Hold
remember
on,
that
so-
streak where motherfuckers would have Michael Vick randomly in their music videos for no reason?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Like that. It's like
Mike
that.
Vick
You
was like
wanna
that
be-
in Atlanta.
Yeah.
So like I actually got somebody that I think would be the biggest, bigger than Trump and everybody of that. That's Gotti. He's the one that taught everybody that New York lifestyle, the glam, the grit, like all that. Gotti was the king of New York before Trump.
Nah,
Trump
name
just
was-
image.
That's not
Trump
even a
just
name that rings with me,
image.
bro.
The mobster,
John
Gotti.
Gotti, Teflon Don. Like I know John Gotti, but John Gotti's not
Like
not
that's
on a
who
global
Trump
scale.
stole his whole essence from.
Which
He
is why I was talking
imaged
about RICO
himself as-
charges.
Yeah. He modeled himself after John Gotti, like the head of the mob, the king.
Very racist.
I'd heard something about
Mm-hmm.
him like trying to model himself over. Was it John Gotti? It might have been. I remember that. Like he did try to model. In fact, like his lawyer had worked for like a mob boss or something. Like his previous lawyer.
Yeah.
Like way back, like before he became president.
Holy
Combs.
The
shit.
Teflon Don
Combs.
is like the coolest nickname of all time because he kept beating like RICO and murder cases. Like you took him to court and he was untouchable. It was the Teflon Don.
Bro, John Gotti
that's
got
an
his
awesome
ass.
name.
Bro, John Gotti got his ass booked, bro. His ass. But don't
Yeah.
do that.
He's
Don't act like
done.
that.
Now for a
Come
long
on,
time, you don't get a name like Teflon Don because like they kept coming at him. And he kept like
Yeah,
slipping
they
off.
couldn't get him.
Well, the same.
Whatever
token,
happened
people
to them? Because
call-
they had a reality show with his kids. Sorry.
Oh, it's just I don't know. It was a dumb reality show. So I don't talk about
I didn't hear about it.
Yeah, but like anyway, the point is that so I don't want to get too far away from like the
Yeah,
political
the politics. Yeah.
But like, but Teflon Don, like they call Trump
Donald Trump that.
right?
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
what he modeled himself as. Yeah.
Yeah, I think you might be right about the John Gotti thing. That him.
I
like,
know I'm right
modeling
about it.
Yeah. But I'm saying
think he's more
in terms of famous though, like I don't think that he ever reached that status, especially
Nowadays.
internationally. I don't think people
Yeah.
know. No, I don't. But even before, right? Like, and maybe I could be wrong about this, but I don't know if John Gotti ever reached that international fame. Trump
He is
took
the
it
mobster.
wide.
It is not like when you
I'm not-
talk about Capone, when you talk about like Gotti's
I
name
know-
is
No,
that
I-
guy.
can I like wait, I can find a middle ground here. So John Gotti's entire thing, the reason that a lot of people in the Cosa Nostra Mafia families hated him was because his thing was to do shit you're not supposed to do, which is to make yourself popular. He wanted the TV to see him, he wanted people to see him, he literally would tell his underbosses like, yo, I'm a celebrity, I wanted to shine, right? That's why a lot of people didn't like him. And I could say in America he was extremely famous, but Donald Trump has motherfuckers in Scotland making jokes about America's political system. Like this is a different level of fame we're talking about.
No,
Yeah.
I'm talking about
even in 90s.
pre-president.
I don't think
Even
nobody.
Oh.
as president, he still had that level of fame.
I don't know
Well,
about
not this level of fame as the equal to president, but like he was internationally known, and like he was good at marketing himself, like putting his name on buildings, right? Like he makes it look like, well, look, I'm such a great real estate developer, and this is why like you'll find a Trump hotel and countries all over the world. But like he was literally just putting his name on there, right? He just put like the Trump name. This is owned and managed completely by another company. He didn't own it or anything. They just used his name because it was of value to them. And then after he got elected, people realized, oh yeah, he's a racist piece of shit. They take those names down. Like it was just a facade the entire time, but he was known.
But you've heard of me, that thing.
So yeah, they respected his gangster. I understand why like celebrities at the time, because especially because like, I mean, there's still a gap between like being black people and like political activism. Like our activism. You had a few. You had like, Tupac and a few other rappers that we're talking about, but there was some rappers, especially in like the late '90s, that like the popular rap was you were really getting into the like gangster rap and murder music. Or going into the early 2000s, we got sort of into the dance hop, the snap music.
Nelly,
yeah, like so. They kind of separated themselves from the politics of the politics of hip hop. So it was just kind of cool to be around them and hang out, like just be in the space. All
right. So
I think we could go for jump into the topic. I feel like we could go for a while.
Yeah.
We're warmed up.
That's what I was.
Nice and warmed up.
I got it.
Hey yo.
I'm just about to
Doing
say
all
that.
that. Doing all this, and having a debate.
All right. Anyway, but thanks all for being here so far. We'll go to our second topic, guys. If you've been enjoying the conversation so far, hit that follow button. In case you're not already followed, hit that follow button here on Twitch. Subscribe button there on YouTube. Consider supporting the channel so that we can do more of this. We got 1 sub tonight. Hopefully, we get more of those. That's how we power this community. So consider subbing to the channel on Twitch, or gifting bits or gifting subs, or using a hype chat or a super chat. Both of those are great. Like if you want to get a comment read, if you want people to respond to you, if you got something you want to say, then hype chats or super chats are the way to do it, and they keep us up and running. So we can't do it without your help. So consider supporting this community, keeping us alive for months to come. Okay. We'll go on to our planned topic and see how that works out. Topic 1, I guess. Michael Orr is a famous Black NFL player. While he was already a star in the league, a hit movie called The Blind Side released and exploded his public presence. The movie is supposed to be a biographical picture based on his life as an adopted child who was raised by a white family. However, he now says the movie is inaccurate for numerous reasons, not the least of which is that it incorrectly depicts him as literate. Beyond that, it seems that the white family never actually...
Illiterate.
Illiterate, yeah.
I was probably fucked up.
It seems that the white family never actually adopted him and instead put him under conservatorship. What do you think of Hollywood movies that depict Black struggle? Is this an example of the white savior complex? And should Orr be grateful for all that he's been given? So yeah, I had, to be clear, I never saw this movie.
Oh, really?
Surprise!
I'm not gonna watch an NFL thing.
It has nothing to do with sports.
Yeah, it has absolutely nothing to do with it. You should
Unless
watch it.
Great movie too.
Unless
The advertisements are like football, and then I'm like, oh,
it's like unless you
right?
count the fact that it's basically high school and it's basically high school college football.
Yeah, the
or
advertisement
college,
says football, and so I don't care. That's really it's that simple, right? Okay.
Did you watch Remember the Titans?
Oh my God, guys, please. So
So
the point is,
But yeah, you just be able to go.
Yeah, so I haven't seen this movie, but like, so I was just learning about, but I knew its existence, and I was just learning about the plot when this came out. Like last week, I think, is where this story started to blow up. So I'm not trying to do necessarily like a review of the film or anything, But like the overall like societal implications around these things about like white saviorship and paternalism when it comes to Black folks, and like what like a white audience wants to see, like especially in the movie, right? They seem to like. Does it seem to you that they readily accept stories where those minorities just really can't handle themselves, and we're here to straighten things out, you know? Or why does Hollywood pump things like that out? Or should Michael Orr, who like has gotten a lot from this, right? And I imagine like his merchandise is sold better than it otherwise would have. Like I imagine money has gotten into his pockets from this, one way or the other. Should be grateful, right? Should be, you know, more grateful to the family that did take care of him to a certain extent. Is this unfair for him to do? But yeah, we could talk about this specific case and have a larger discussion like around these types of things. So we'll start with man Bam for opening statements.
For sure. I'm just going to run through a few of the facts and discrepancies really quick. So, first of all, a conservatorship, for people wondering, is kind of like the situation Britney Spears is in. Basically, it's saying that this is an adult who isn't responsible enough to make financial or like legal decisions for themselves. So basically, we have the authority to do so. It's different from he was under the impression that it was similar to an adoption. It actually doesn't give you any legal family ties at all. Even though adoption over the age of 18 is a legal thing in the state of Mississippi.
Legal or illegal?
Legal. Number two, he actually didn't make any money from this movie because he had a goal of pursuing college sports at the time. And well, he was a college student athlete at the time, and at the time, student athletes couldn't make money off of their name, image, or likeness. So he had to sign away his rights to make money off of the movie, to be able to make the movie. Which people argue, like, knowing that's the case, the family should have like either set him up a separate account to put his money into, like his cut of the money into, or waited until he was able to make some financial gain. But every one of the family members got paid for the movie, and they received royalties to this day, something he hasn't made $1 off of. Number three, the movie depicts him as like this homeless kid that they discovered, and they got him into sports, and like, you know, he was quiet and shy, and they like grew into what he was. The reality was he was actually already a star. He was actually already an All-American athlete at the time. I think he was in his junior year. He had been playing sports his entire life. And
I thought they found him at 11.
No, he was much older than that.
They adopted him around, I think, the beginning of his senior year, some shit like that.
Yeah, he was over 18 when they officially adopted him. He was like 19. But he was like a junior year. He was an All-American athlete, and the Tuohys, the white family from the movie, are boosters at the University of Mississippi, or Ole Miss, where he went to. And basically, the way the movie depicted is like, oh, they found him and they just loved him, and he happened to want to go to the family school. But actually, this was a recruiting bid. He wasn't homeless. He actually was living with a character that's depicted in the movie, and they just said, hey, we'll just give Michael more resources than you're able to. We'll take him off your hands. And they basically brought him into the household and coaxed him every day into going to Ole Miss, because their actual interests were in like boosting the quality of the school's football team. Yeah, I think there's a couple of the facts, but those are like the biggest ones to build the conversation off of. I think what they did, like hearing all of this is really insane.
Okay. Solus.
I'm gonna be real with you. I feel like the only thing that I find egregiously disgusting about this, and I have to say this in honesty, is that they didn't cut him a check. I look at everything else and I look at it like, if I was him and I was like fairly sliced into it, if y'all want to like dramatize my upbringing, like I could chalk that up to Hollywood. Like, at the end of the day, the fact that they didn't give him that's the shit that I can't get over. Everything else, even if you want to look at it like what they did was fucked up, which I do agree, like to scout out this kid to basically try to make money off of him, all of that is wrong. But the fact that they didn't give him a dime of that and their own kids got paid for it is where that's the one thing I feel like fucks all of this up, and I don't understand why you would do that. It just seems so unnecessary, and I feel like that's where you get into the whole. That's not even white savior shit. Like that's just disgusting. Like that's I think less of you as a person type thing. Like that I don't give a shit to even pay you for what I know I'm about to make off of you. I ain't say that's white savior. Like that's just straight up I look down on you. But I don't know. That's just my way of looking at it.
Okay. Let's go to D1L.
I think when it comes to whether or not he should be grateful, he should. But it doesn't mean that he shouldn't go after what he's owed. So he should be grateful. I mean, he played 7 years in the league. People are lucky enough to even get a tryout for the league, right? But he was able to play 7 years for the NFL. I mean, that's a great amount of time, and they pay you well in the NFL. So he's at least got some millions, you know, if not hundreds of thousands, just from playing in the NFL alone as a tackle. But on the other hand, doesn't make what they did any less wrong. So he should be grateful. He got exposure. He got good things happen to him because of what happened in his life. But what they did was still wrong. So I hope he does get some type of closure with them, because it seems like they don't talk to each other anymore because he understands like how wrong he was done by them. So yeah, he deserves some type of closure financially or whatever.
Okay. Waterkai?
I don't necessarily know when this individual is playing sports, but I know the book came out in 2006. The movie came out in 2009. I'm going to guess between now and then, this dude had enough money to get a lawyer to actually look over the paperwork that was for the supposed adoption. Like, is this something he just now realized like a year or so ago? So, like, looking to the situation itself, it's very bittersweet because you look at what they were able to do for him. They were getting him tutors because he wasn't excelling in school. So he may not have been able to get into the NFL if he would have had to drop out of college or never been able to graduate college. So that was in one way they were able to help him in his future. I don't believe that entitles them to make millions of dollars, but that's actually being contested at this point, whether or not his statements are real, how much money they actually got, how much money the kids got. So I will say the fabrications for the movies to make this seem more like white people helping black people kind of thing. Same thing, I have issues with movies like The Pursuit of Happiness, like all these, picked up by like
Green Book.
Yeah, all these movies irritate me and I just refuse to watch them just based on the stupid premise of they don't comport to reality. But I think it was definitely a bittersweet thing that happened between him and this family.
Razor.
So hearing about this almost kind of gave me a little bit of a heartbreak. Back in school, I believe it was middle school. We had special days where we were watching movies, and The Blind Side played. I loved the movie. It was like one of my favorite movies about sports movies. Obviously, it's not better than Remember the Titans, but
yeah, I was
still
about
good.
to say that.
Don't worry, I'm not stupid. I'm crazy, but I'm not stupid. But hearing about this, but back then I wasn't like super into I was not super into politics. I wasn't actually like as in touch with like the black community as I have been in the recent years, understanding the different ways or different words, codes that are used to better understand social issues. So the white savior complex was super new to me as a concept, and I never circled back to this movie until today. Because as soon as I got this topic, I ran through the entire movie. I still remember like I watched it yesterday. I still remember so many different scenes. That part where he gets his own room, and it's just like, I never had one of these. A room, a bed. That made me cry when I was a kid. That made me cry. I was so when I look back at it now, I'm just thinking, oh my God, this movie was racist as shit.
It's probably not true, right?
I assume that's
definitely
not
like
true.
a white. I don't think that was true. No, but yeah, that definitely would be a white savior complex in a being put into a movie. Just like, hey, look, if a white person adopts you, you'll be good. It's like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
Should he be grateful? I don't even fucking know anymore. He hasn't gotten any money from the movie of his fucking life story that was heavily embellished. I'm not okay with this.
Make the family look good too.
It made the family look good, and it's just so bad.
Let him finish this.
It's just so. Yeah, it's just so bad to me now. And like I said, I felt a little bit of heartbreak when I heard this story, because that was like my favorite like football movie for the longest time. Like just drama stories, anything. Like I fucking loved that movie. I would sing his praise. People were talking about, Blindside is this. I didn't understand shit. So now when I see this, I'm like, wow. I don't. Seriously, fuck Hollywood for making movies that depict the black struggle like this, or try to pump up the white savior narrative. It's so fucking stupid.
Okay. Let's go to I'll go to DQ first.
Because I got a longer story. Yeah.
DQ, go first.
No, he should not be grateful for these fucking people who did him over and did him fucking wrong. Fuck them white people, like, for real. They did him wrong. They told him, we're going to adopt you, just sign all this paperwork, not really knowing what it was. So saying that, like, he should have had a lawyer to go do it now that he's, got money in the NFL. It's like, no, this person was supposed to be your family. This is supposed to be someone that you trusted, and they fucked you over? Hell nah. And you're just coming out like to terms with this stuff. You are just maybe he kept quiet for a while. Maybe he just recently found out. We don't know. But either way, it's all fucked. It's all fucked. Like for the embellished story that it is in the white savior complex, like, yeah, it's a lot. It's a lot. And it's just like, yeah, they made him look really dumb and fucking stupid and like poor, and like he didn't have the ability to have a bed or his own room or like these things. Like, okay, so you get saved by a white family, and now you can have a bed, now you can have your own room, now you can have food. Like, nah. And if what people are saying is that he was already famous, he was already doing his own thing before, like, he got quote-unquote adopted, then, yeah, like, he should be getting money. Yeah, he should be suing the fuck out of them and everybody else, because that is his name. That is his rights. They made the family look good. They made him this black man look stupid. And let's also account that he's a dark black skinned man too. So they really doubled down on the fact that he was stupid, he was poor, and everything.
Let's go to Maja.
So yeah, y'all pretty covered a lot of the stuff that I would have said about this. I feel a little weird about when companies can take on entitlement to make a story on somebody. We recently had that happen to Mike Tyson with the Hulu story. Mike Tyson did not co-sign that or anything like that, and they released this whole and I liked it, up until Mike Tyson told me not to like it. But Mike Tyson told me like he didn't have any say in it, and he didn't like the way they told that story. And I think even with this family right here, if they want to call themselves, in my experience, which I just shared in the DMs, I know it not to be that case. But if they had a talk, if they were a real family, be like, hey, we know you are successful, you got millions coming in from whatever in the NFL, hey, we just trying to make a quick buck too, yada yada yada, would you mind? I would be down for that. You know what I'm saying? Cool, understand it. He should be getting royalties too, but maybe he might have did want to do that for his family so they could have some of the cheddar and not have to worry about giving it out of his own pockets. Maybe, but But in my situation, so I was a foster parent of my 2 little twin sisters. This is my blindside story. After my divorce, they went back into the system. They were having a hard time placing 2, 17-year-old black girls. Not a lot of people are trying to, foster kids aren't trying to like get them, because usually the stigma is that they're being replaced at 17. They're not good kids. You know what I'm saying? So real hard to find them. Their caseworker had knew somebody, and I don't want to say no names, but I'll give a description. I posted it. You see the lady is on Good Morning America. She is a bronze medalist marathon runner. This is the next foster family afterwards, and I'm in ties with them. She was a bronze medalist in the Olympics. She won the first woman, as you see in that little thing right there, to win that marathon. You know what I'm saying? In 40 years. Very all accolades. The reason why I posted the article was there was a lot of shit behind the back end. Like, they're my sisters. I'm very protective of me's and mines, right? Especially going from my care to theirs. There was headaches. My sisters would come to me, complain like, yo, she's trying to make us vegan. Like, she doesn't let us eat what we want to eat. My sisters are sprinters. They need muscle. They need meat. You know what I'm saying? They need protein to keep those muscles alive so they can run fast. Just a lot of stuff like that. Now, getting into the picture that I posted when she was on Good Morning America, at the time, the girls weren't staying with her. They hadn't lived with her for like 8 months at the time. But on that article, she made it sound, if you watch the video, that she was their foster parent and used all that clout. There was a whole segment in that video or that picture of where they talk about her being a foster parent and how good that is. And she sure as the hell for a couple of them. It wasn't just that. It was also ESPN. There was a couple articles that she used my sisters to get herself some clout. And not only was she getting money for them being foster children, right? Which she never gave my sisters. To my understanding, allegedly. He was already rich and famous. You know what I'm saying? When Kiana turned 16, they helped, like me and all of them helped Kiana or my sister get her her license, right? They had already been with her, or 18. Like, I helped her get her, but when her 18th birthday came around, I thought maybe they were gonna throw a big birthday party. They took them to Buffalo Wild Wings. The girls only asked for 2 things, some Beats and some Rokus, or Roshis, the Nike Roshis. They work for Nike. They get Nike for free. Nike's from Oregon. Didn't get them neither one of them. They just got them the party. You know what I'm saying? And which is cool. They did something, but I don't know, man. With all the clout and them, getting all this publicity for her being this foster parent, which it was a lot. You can go look through a lot of her interviews. She kept posting my sisters. They didn't get shit out of it. I could go right now. We're struggling with my grandma in the hospital, not knowing if she's gonna get out of this. I just got done talking to him. I could call him right now. Nah, we're broke as hell. We ain't got none. We're forgotten about.
Oh, thank you for that. And I'm sorry to hear all the struggles your sisters have to go through, and you and your family in general. And shout out to you for sharing that with us. So yeah, open to the panel. What do you guys think about this situation and
you brought
this type
it
of
up.
relationship?
Real quick to Razor, my chat wants you to know that remember the Titans exists.
I said it like the movie.
Yeah.
The longest yard
that movie.
The longest yard, anyone.
No, that's not a better movie. But
It's been a while since I've seen it.
So
That's like saying
serious thing.
Gridiron Gang.
Also,
Go ahead,
okay. I was gonna say something else I wanted to add is for the perspective of being grateful in the publicity. By the time of the movie's release, now like I said, he had to sign away his rights before they could do the movie because he was still at the time a college athlete. But by the time of the movie's release and before the notoriety of it, he had actually already been drafted in the NFL in the first round by the Baltimore Ravens. So he didn't even gain the notoriety from being with his family. That didn't. If anything, one of his arguments is it actually ended up shortening his career because whenever he went to interview or try out for new teams, the perspectives the GMs and coaches have coming into oh, okay, this is the dumb guy, and contrary to what everybody believes, football players aren't dumb in the modern century. There's the playbooks are thick. There's a lot to know, and if and like he had an entire stigma and a celebrity like sort of background thing that followed him that a lot of teams didn't feel comfortable with, which like I said, may have actually cost him money, like in his career from being part of this family. I just wanted to add that in. So I don't think that there's any perspective you can look at it to say that he was like he benefited or should have been grateful. And also the family was like I said, they were boosters at the university. They weren't like kind of upper middle class. They were like extremely wealthy. I'm like $200 million wealthy, which the movie doesn't depict them away. They kind of depict them as like, you know, kind of well
upper middle class.
Because yeah, like if you like acknowledge like how wealthy they are, it kind of like doesn't play well with the average viewer.
It.
Yeah, but
You're right.
That's
So
kind of
how old was he when the movie came out?
when
the book
it
came
came, the book probably like 19 or 20.
19 or
Who
20.
wrote the book?
His family did. Or
Oh wait,
his mother
okay.
did.
See, this is my thing. I'm sorry, I was on mute.
Wait,
Bam,
fuck, I was
bam.
muted.
It's like this. Like they didn't necessarily have to say that like this family was from like an upper like middle class or high class family. All you had to do was look at the house that they were in the movie to completely describe how much money they really were. Like they had Escalades, they had nice jewelry, like you know, like.
Can I ask y'all a question?
Come on.
Can I ask y'all a question
Please
about
do.
this? I wanted to ask y'all, like, do y'all think if they give him an equal revenue share, that's whatever your idea of fair, that he would be as pissed as he is with everything else that comes with it? All the other
Like
negative things still exist. They still depict him as an idiot. All that comes, but they split it down the middle with him 50-50. Do y'all think that?
I think he's quiet, but I think he's still upset. Nobody nobody likes being called an idiot. Like even if it's in your
For a couple hundred mil, for a couple $100 million, man. I'm just.
No, it's
money.
a
It's a
pride
principle
thing.
Yeah.
It's a pride and principle thing. Like
I honestly think it would be a pacifier. He'd be quiet. I don't think he would.
Yeah, but for how long?
Yeah.
I mean, even now, it's not. He's still kind of quiet. Like his thing isn't about the money. The money is like saying that, like, oh, like it's the fact that you like did me dirty, like you did something disrespectful. But what his actual concern is about is the fact that he was told, like they told him it was conservatorship. Like they explained that to him, but they didn't explain what the conservatorship meant. They just said, oh yeah, it's a form of adoption for people over the age of 18, when it's not actually what it is. So he's like, oh, okay, it makes us family.
I don't want to sit here and call this man stupid, but I know that when I was 23, I had a job and my dad cashed my tax check because we both have the same name. I knew I got robbed. I knew I could go to the authorities. So by 23, by the time this movie came out, because he was 20 when the movie came out in the first place, wouldn't he have known to sue for defamation if the claims that were being made in the materials were untrue and that these people were going to be taking money from him?
No.
There's a chance that he didn't have them. There's a chance that he, one, didn't have money to get a good lawyer. Two,
or being manipulated.
Or being manipulated. Two, being manipulated. Three, he was so busy with his with his basically football career starting to actually kick off and everything that he just didn't have time to ever look into it. Things were doing well.
Also, this is his family. Let's not forget that. Like, even if he's
right. Yeah, you're not gonna go after your family. You're just gonna believe what they're saying, and that's manipulation.
These guys,
right
they've been in charge of him. Even if he never, in his core of core, like I use my sisters. If they didn't feel like that was their family, they had a family. This is just the people that are taking care of them. If it's for a couple of years, they have power over you. You know what I'm saying? Those people had my sisters till they were 20, and they felt like they were gods. And especially when you don't know no better, when you don't know how the world works, how money works, how clout, status, and everything, you just know that this person is really famous and is providing a lot of good opportunities for you. You do not bite the hand that feeds. You know what I'm saying? They could end everything for you, and you can have nothing and be crying on the street corner. You know what I'm saying? So
how old is he? How old is he today?
He's 37, I believe. 37.
You know, when y'all were 20, would y'all would have thought to go get a lawyer? Nah.
Yes.
Believe.
No.
Immediately.
No.
Leaf, that's
no,
exactly-
No,
Hi. So I'm 20. Wait, I'm
Hold on,
22
Lee.
years old. If that was me, I'm lawyering up instantly. I don't. I'm a very fuck you, pay me person.
Lee.
If you owe me, give me what I'm
But,
owed.
but
at the-
if it's your
Like, what do you-
family, if it's your family that says, "Hey, we got you. Don't worry. There's no need for a lawyer. We got you," and
Bro,
you're
you
gonna,
got a
you're
year.
gonna
You
be
wanna
like,
get away from
"Okay."
Bro, you have a year. Give me. I don't see it. It's gonna be problems.
But Lee, he is at this point now. You know what I'm saying? Like that's what exactly in the complaint right now is that he's saying he didn't have, like he felt like he didn't have that power of or
For
somebody
20
mentioned it.
years, 20 years. he
I
did
know
not
it's
really
a
have
hard
the power.
excuse now. I know it's a crazy
I
excuse
just don't
now.
buy it.
That's what he's saying. You know what I'm saying? And if he maybe just kept it, there is such a thing of keeping something in your back pocket for fucking too long, and maybe he was just sitting there and waiting on it and holding it, you know, and now he did
And
it.
could be,
But
not that I,
this is
not
a
that I
deep
think
story.
he'll fall through.
Yeah.
Not that I think he'll fall through. It'd be the because it's not
In the
football.
Matrix.
People don't want to be. People
You
don't
are-
be
You're
a
broken. You're
distraction.
breaking up, buddy. You're
you're
breaking
breaking
up.
up Solus, yeah.
Oh, what?
Just start it again. Just start over.
Yeah,
You hear me now?
barely.
Yeah,
You're like
so
barely-
it's like
robot-y.
internet breakup, like your
It's even in your camera
yeah,
too, Solus.
yeah, you're
Like you're
going
skip,
down.
you're skipping and robot-y.
But yeah,
Slide
like the
down
main
the
issues,
porn,
there's a
knock
lot
off
of
the porn,
claims.
and then you
And-
will.
I knew that joke was coming. I knew it was.
The
Somebody.
Pornhub is
Yeah.
too strong. So there he's claiming that he did not understand a conservatorship for 20 years. He didn't understand the legalities of what do you call it? Royalties and things like that for 20 years. He was in the NFL. They had jerseys, his jerseys. So he didn't understand that he had lawyers at that time. He could have just ran this
Probably.
by one of those lawyers.
Possibly that he had his own lawyer,
But
right?
this is
Granted.
even a bigger conversation now when it comes to like even like smaller athletes, right? Me being a college athlete, I got hurt. I lost my scholarship, right? But I made my little D2 college some money, right? I should have got something out of that. A lot of
Y'all
these
hear me?
bigger like yeah, you're starting to come
Yeah.
back in. It's still bad though.
Yeah.
But a lot of these D2 athletes and stuff, or D1 athletes, you know, Western Oregon, or not Western, University of Oregon and stuff like that, sell millions. There's video games with these players' names in it, and they never saw a dime of that. You know what I'm saying? There's a lot of bad deals
Well,
when it comes into the NFL. When it comes to them licensing, you are literally selling yourself to them, whether it's the NCAA or it's the NFL. So there's probably even more that
But- so yeah, there-
he's coming after the family right now, but there's probably more bad deals that he just wasn't hyped to or hip to, and he needs to go look through all of his paperwork.
Yep.
Yeah.
Because you have to
It's
think
not,
about
it's
it.
not like he's the lawyer.
Right.
It's not like it's not like he's an actual lawyer. He's just he's the player, and he thought he thought his agent had his back. His agent probably just didn't inform him. He knew the movie was out there, but he didn't think. But he just thought, oh, it's just what I like. It's just like with the jerseys and the name, of the video games, whatever. It could have been like that. I don't fully know.
even
There's a
knows their
chance.
agent wasn't from
Someone
that
makes a movie
family.
about me, I'm
Yeah,
watching
that right there, the agent too.
Who wasn't the agent?
Okay.
Was a family friend.
Okay,
He
see,
probably
this,
was.
this makes me think of Shiny Happy People. I don't know how many of y'all have seen it. It's about the 19 and counting family, right? And the woman, one of the daughters was like, we just signed things, or like they were fraudulently signed, or like they weren't explained like what was like going on. They just signed this thing without getting any money, without doing anything. They had no reason to she had no reason to like not question her father in any of this, as he was the one who was making the deals and for the family. And like TLC like just gave him all the money. They didn't even was like, well, this person's 18 and they can now get their own money. No, it's about keeping it in the fucking family and about control over what you can and cannot do in this family.
Plus, I would say, like, when it comes to like doing something about a problem, you have to first know it's a problem in the first place. We're not sure when he became aware of it being a problem, right?
Makes
No,
sense. I mean,
that's what's bothering me.
well, again, at the time of being in college, he had to sign away his rights to it. It's like that was the rule at the time. So he was like, oh, okay, I guess I just don't make money off of this stuff. and he probably was at the TUI home one day and saw a royalty check come in from this movie, and he's like, y'all, like, from the Sun, like, you still getting paid off this? Like,
Yeah, plus I feel like
ain't never
now,
seen it now.
if you really think about it, I feel like the biggest motivation now is that he's retired for the NFL. So money
Probably sold up.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so he's
I
like,
heard his
shit.
net,
Yeah,
he says
but,
his net worth is
see,
still around 20 million, but you
but-
can't trust the internet on that.
See, I don't get why he would have to necessarily sign his rights away, because when in 2009, by the time that they like showed like the success, he was already in the NFL. So like
That's the release.
I can kind of
the
see
movie
this because
the movie was being like made before then.
so this is one of those details
but
that kind of
even
makes sense. Is the
like
fact
they
that it's
still added it
conservatorship.
in there.
So usually when you get a conservatorship, that usually means that you are not equipped to be able to take care of yourself, and they make the decisions for you. So we may have never even seen that if it was a conservatorship. At the moment it's seen as a conservatorship, that's when you need to go to a lawyer and be like, hey, how come these people are able to make decisions for me?
Very,
It doesn't even
very,
make sense.
very Britney Spears. Very much
Yeah,
Britney
that was- I was-
Spears too.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was about to
You know,
mention- I
in
was
her
gonna bring that up, yeah.
conservatorship.
But she was having some mental issues. I'm saying
Yeah,
this
she
dude
maybe.
just-
Yeah,
but that's
she,
so
granted,
slightly different. Slightly
uh,
different. but
Yeah, she may have in the beginning, right? But it doesn't mean that you need to be on a conservatorship for 20 fucking years.
That's
like
kind of
that-
what I'm getting at. If you
that-
can go
that
to a
doesn't make
psychiatrist or
it-
go to a medical professional and have them show that you are competent to take care of yourself,
If-
you can get removed from the
If
conservatorship.
Sure, but he didn't think that's what conservatorship meant.
is the person you
Yeah.
like, say you go to your family and you're like, I don't really understand this, but I'm gonna go, like, I really want therapy. Say the family is like, oh, I know a good therapist. Here, you go to this therapist, but that therapist is in their pocket, for instance, right? Now you can't
Go to the
get,
other.
you cannot now get out of that conservatorship because you are forced to go see this one provider and not be able to choose for yourself who you and can trust and see as like a doctor. Same thing, like I said, happened to fucking Britney Spears. Same exact thing.
For sure. But
Can
it's like
I-
it's a different
can I say-
situation. You back now?
Roboting? Hello?
You're still
Roboting?
You're roboting.
Yeah, you got the
No,
Roboto
fucking
font on.
God.
You're skipping. No more roboting. You're skipping.
You got the Roboto font on.
Yeah.
Anyway,
the thing that like the difference is like for Kai, it seems like, oh, why didn't he just realize this? The thing is, whenever he finished up high school, he want like the family for whatever reason, or maybe he wanted to, whatever they had talked him into going to Ole Miss. The NCAA was really like sketched out about this at the time. They were like, what are you doing with this kid? Like, it sounds like you're doing some type of like poaching. It sounds like you're like feeding him into school. You have these like direct ties financially to the school. This is the issue. So they said, well, he's like our, you know, like we're helping him out. He can't make choices for himself, you know, like he's got nobody else. We're this person for him. So the way they explained it to him was basically the only way you're going to get to be able to go to college is if you sign this paper. And he's like, what is this paper? This paper basically, they explained it to him. This paper just says we're family. It doesn't mean anything. It just says we're family. And it's like an adoption, but you're 18, so you're over 18, so we can't actually do an adoption because you're not a minor. Like I said, which come to find out that's not true. But like,
It's not true at all.
At a face value, I would have like even that, like I didn't know. I had to Google like, can you be adopted like post 18? Like I didn't even know that was a legal thing. So I can understand taking that at face value from these people that you believe you trust. So like, oh, okay, like this,
Yeah.
I will have to prove we're family. Sign the paper, whatever.
Plus, even past that, that's before, right? But even past like all the deals and the movies and stuff like that, him not seeing the money, he probably trusted that somehow his family would give him money in some way.
Yeah, in the late
So
end, and that's probably why they said no, and this is why we're hearing it now.
It's
Yeah,
either that or they're like, oh, you're already making millions of dollars in the
like, oh, what do
NFL.
you- this is not
You don't
extra.
need any of this money. Like, you're fine. You're being taken care of in the NFL. You got your career. Like,
Yeah.
and maybe not
Probably
even,
gave him-
and maybe not even secretly tell him that, like, he could get royalties, but no.
Probably chastising them, being like, "Oh, how are you broke already? You made millions in the NFL." Da 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 da. And all. like the normal
Probably
rhetoric
is.
that we hear. Yeah,
Probably
the rhetoric.
making the slight racist remarks, backhanded microaggressions, and whatever.
Yeah.
I don't even know if it's that far. Like I said, I don't know. I don't know if
Possibly.
they had negative, because it seemed at some point in time he did have like, it seemed like they had a positive relationship with him.
Yeah.
Like he legitimately seen them as his family, like for whatever reason, for like a number of years. So I'm not gonna.
But that's
say
what
that-
I'm saying. Like, it's a level of manipulation and abuse. We don't know what kind of rhetoric or what they're saying to be like a black child in a white person's house and what
Like,
he's used to hearing and stuff like that. This could be so deep in him that like I said, that's his family. You know what I'm saying? And like, again, now he's mad. Obviously, that's the one thing we can go off right now. That is the absolute. Is he's mad where this is at, and we know what's the terms that people use against us when shit like that. How are you broke? You were famous. Who was it? There was that guy that came out with let me see you bounce right to left and let me show the lean, Young Dro or something like that. He was caught doing.
I think that was Young Dro.
He was caught doing Uber, and some girls put him on blast, and stuff like that. And like, how you fuck up like this? How did you fall off? We hear this from normal people. So then when you have a family member, like I'm sure you've heard from your parents when you were a kid, like you had $40, you went to Toys R Us, bought the most expensive toy, and you ain't got no money anymore. You're like, I need more money. They're like, no. And this is probably the same situation, but not realizing that, hey man, this is a little fucked up and took money from this man.
Yeah.
And he's relying on you now.
Damn, how you Young Joe and made shoulder lean and driving Uber, bro? That's crazy. That's embarrassing.
How
was
was
Young
you
Joe.
on the Cosby Show, but working at Trader Joe's bagging groceries?
Drew, that's
Who
another
did
one.
that?
What's her name?
Okay,
What's,
Joe?
what's his
Wasn't that
face?
the neighbor?
No,
The
no,
neighbor?
no. It was the son-in-law that
Yeah.
married
Okay, I know who you're
whatever his
talking
name
about,
is.
too.
The light skinned dude.
Yeah, yeah.
Ah,
Him.
I know who you're talking about. My brain is not connecting dots.
Yeah,
That's right.
yeah. But yeah, that a few years ago he was in the news too because it's like,
Is this so what?
Is
it so crazy? Wait, am I roboting again? So I can shut the fuck up.
Little
Just
bit.
just keep
A little
talking.
bit.
It's
Fuck
fine.
it. Anyway, it's crazy to believe that a kid
Good for
who
you.
was a prime athlete in high school and college just trust his adopted parents, didn't really have money, got older, started to have his money not come in from NFL checks, looked at his books, realized it was fucked up, and is just now getting to it. Like, is that actually so crazy to believe?
That's what we
A little bit.
Really?
No,
I don't think it's
no,
that
sorry,
crazy.
sorry, I misheard that. My bad. No, sorry, I was looking.
I mean, I don't think he's going.
Jeffrey
broke. I just think
Owens.
it's principle. Yeah, I said
Yeah.
that.
That Michael's going
I
broke?
didn't hear it.
Yeah, I don't think Michael's
Oh,
going broke.
thank you for the rate. Sorry, I missed it, guys. Thank you for the rate, Cherry. Awfully kind of you. Hope you had a fantastic day. And to her audience, thanks for being around. Right now, what we're talking about is the Michael Oher situation. The individual who was featured in the movie The Blind Side, you might remember. And he is coming out saying that the movie improperly showcased him, saying that like it was inaccurate in all kinds of ways, and also he didn't even get money from it. That it was detrimental to him, and it seems to be suing his family, or at least pursuing some sort of legal avenue against the family depicted in the movie, the white family depicted in the movie. So we're talking about this relationship between what we see in Hollywood between white individuals and black individuals, and this idea of the white savior complex, and like what white audience are actually interested in seeing when it comes to trouble with black youth, So if any of that sounds interesting to you, hit that follow button. We'd love to have you here. And if you want to say something to the panel, consider using Hype Chat. Hype Chat's will power our community, and you'll get a question up here. Okay, thank you so much.
Are there any versions of this trope that we feel like is done well? Because
The white savior trope.
Well, yeah, I guess so. Like, can it be done well? Because in the top of my head, the first thing I went to was like, I started thinking through like other stories that have told this, and I was like, I'm pretty sure I still love Hardball, and I think
You like
Hardball
Django?
would be by definition
Django's the best, bro. Best white savior trope ever.
You
I
would
was gonna say,
consider
like,
the,
Django?
I
you would
think
consider
it's
the
because
Jewish
it's
German.
frozen because it's a work of fiction. Sorry.
Yeah.
How do I see white savior? Hold on, stop. How are anything you guys named like
Hold on.
Django and Frozen white savior stories?
No, I
Django-
didn't
Django was-
mean to
He
say
meant fiction
frozen. I
instead
meant
of
to say
frozen.
fiction instead of frozen. It just came out wrong.
Sorry. Yeah. Django's
But
the
no,
obvious white savior trope. because
Django
he-
is ob-
he
yeah.
It's
literally-
not. We were talking about a white savior trope, though.
Put in quotations on put in big quotations on that one.
Maybe you're expanding it. Maybe you're expanding to something else.
No. Well, yeah, white savior. Like he.
Yeah, it's
Django
about
literally
that
got
German
bought-
guy
Yeah, by the German guy.
and that white guy helping him get his vengeance.
Taught him how to
Yeah,
shoot.
that's not the same as white being a white savior, though. Like that's
What
like,
is a white
really not the
savior?
same. There's not that a white.
He's talking
person
more
literally-
like
like if there's like an action
Green.
movie, right? Like Bruce Willis, like in a cop movie, a buddy cop movie, with someone else, and he saves the other guy, right? It hasn't turned into a white savior movie. Like you
No.
understand that, right?
No, but no,
A
that,
white
it's close.
savior movie is about you need a white man's help in order to save to be saved.
Yeah, to be fair, like I understand what you're saying about Django. Like
It's
the
not
German
white savior movie.
the German, well, technically he was like German Jewish if you want to consider that white, but he literally purchased Django and freed him from slavery and taught him
trained
everything he
him.
knows about bounty hunting to like go on and like
be the badass.
He
be the hero.
needed him.
He could have
a
been the
white man.
badass
It-
without that story, with the like
It
a
gets
quick
the
like,
plot going.
hey.
It's-
But see, that's the thing. They could have been like, yo, this
That's not a
this
no.
German
It's
guy
not a white
taught
savior,
me.
guys. This is literally not
No,
white
Just
savior.
define white
That's
savior
literally
so we can see
white
whether
savior.
define
Sure.
white savior trope.
Sure, white savior tropes involve some sort of like ethnic group. I'm using white talk, right? Like like brown individuals, right? Well, we have a group of brown individuals, and they have some sort of problem, and the entire movie is about, or at least a majority of the movie is about this white individual, maybe a group of white individuals, like managing this problem for them. Like they
So,
are
yeah.
the protagonist, right? And like these other individuals who may have like been in this problem for a long time can't seem to manage themselves. But the moment these white individuals come into the scene, that changes everything, right?
Oh, I know.
happens in
so
Django.
hold on.
That's
I looked. So
not
I looked at.
Django.
He literally helps him find his
Hold
wife.
on.
What about
Hold
what
on,
about-
hold on.
Yeah,
What about
Hold on,
Brad
hold on,
Pitt?
hold on.
What about the Brad
Hold
Pitt
on.
train?
This is
The
so
Brad Pitt
stupid,
train
Bam.
movie. The
Hold on.
Brad Pitt train movie.
The bullet
Hold
train?
on. Okay,
Yeah.
so
No, I haven't.
I really did. I
haven't
wanted
seen
to
that
figure
yet.
this out. So obviously I wanted to know like an actual definition if there was one, so I just googled it real fast. In film, white savior is a cinematic trope in which a white character rescues people of color from their plight. The white savior is portrayed as messianic and often learns something about themselves in the process of rescuing. So what Prime said about them being the main character usually, true. It's just them being someone who will save a group of POC and
Hold on,
saying
hold on.
like,
You're
wow,
just lying.
I
You
am.
just-
You're
Hold on,
literally
you just
lying right now.
described- Hold on, but you just described exactly what that guy was in
Yeah.
Django.
Yeah, no, I'm not disagreeing with any of you when it comes to Django. I'm just
Yeah.
saying, no,
He's
I'm
not
telling you what
a
White Savior said.
messianic- He is not a white savior. Oh my! This is like the stupidest thing. Like it's literally black.
I'm not
and
lying,
power
I
with-
literally looked it up.
with
White
the,
savior trope.
black.
Google it.
No, no, you
The
have
black-
to
an
do it.
idea.
Wait, let
we
Bam go.
had this conversation, and this is like well, not surprising from Bam.
What-
'cause Bam
what's-
calls up the movie guy, but Louis doesn't
I am the
understand
movie
this
guy.
trope. That's fine. But like, Django is literally a black power fantasy, right? A black power fantasy of where, yes, a white person is there to assist, that provides
This
help,
sensei.
but it's not them. Just because you guys don't seem to understand this very simple concept, just because a white person helps you in the movie, right, is a helpful person, is your sidekick, does
not-
something.
But you have to hold on.
Like the movie.
You gotta
Avatar.
realize-
Like, does
White
anybody
savior-
watch Avatar?
Yeah, Avatar is a white savior.
Okay.
Avatar is straight
That-
up. that.
Okay.
Yeah,
So
but-
wait,
okay,
wait,
because
wait,
it
what's-
does occasionally.
What's
Let
this
the queen go.
movie about? Well, he's old. He's an older white guy, and he like saves like this white, or excuse me, this Asian girl or boy. Teaches like them how to fight and tell them not to like be on the streets. Do y'all remember that movie?
It's an old one. It's an old one, right?
It's like it's in the later 10s or like early 10s.
The Professional? Are you talking about The Professional?
Are you talking about Clint Eastwood's?
Yes,
Gran Torino.
Clint Eastwood.
I've said it like 7 times because I'm the movie guy.
Well, she said Asian girl. She said Asian girl, not Asian boy.
Yeah.
Asian boy.
Well, I say Asian girl or boy. I was like, I couldn't remember which.
Okay,
was,
I want
so
to.
that's why.
That's pretty racist, but go ahead. What are you gonna say, Queen? The TQ. What was the point?
No,
What's the point? Of
no, the point is that's a white savior movie, like classic white savior tropes all throughout that movie.
I haven't seen, so I don't know. But
honestly, there's a white savior movie that I really kind of. I hate it, but I also fuck with it because of the actors, right? And that was Green Book, man. I love me some Marshalan Ali. I know I butchered his name right there, but I watched it. It hurt. It hurt me deeply, but hey, man, good performance from the man. I would have watched it again.
That's closer to a buddy cop than a white savior.
So
Mahershala Ali was like the more impressive person in the entire movie. Basically, the only thing it was kind of reverse trope of like the
48
black
hours.
guys. The black guys like sort of like preppy and uptight, and the white guys like showing them like, hey, it's okay to get loose and hang out and be in the moment a little bit in life. Like it's like they've done this movie a million times with the reverse race thing. Like I would consider the Green Book a white savior.
Because I did want to like see if I'd like people know these movies or anything. I just looked up a list of movies that people have the internet has labeled as white savior movies.
Well, before you name the one that I want to name, that also one with Kevin Hart and Bryan Cranston, where Bryan Cranston was the in a wheelchair and then Kevin Hart Upside.
I don't know.
So this is the weirdest one.
If you guys watch or have seen this, The Imitation of Life.
I was just about to talk. Let's let Razor. And then
Imitation of Life. No.
Yeah, I feel like The Imitation of Life is, but
hold
it's
on,
older.
Hold on,
Razor.
Sorry, Queen. Sorry, Queen. I just yeah.
No, that's fine. Sorry.
Yeah, that was my bad.
So this one's almost shocking to me because I haven't seen the movie myself yet, but I've heard a lot of good things about it. 12 Years a Slave is the first thing on the list here.
What the fuck? Is that a white savior movie?
Yeah, that's why I'm confused.
I don't know. I can't trust your guys' opinion.
Who
There might be a
saved
white
them, though?
person
It's Brad Pitt.
there, and I guess that's
Who
enough.
saved them?
It says for the description that
Michael Fassbender was
an historical film set in 1841 onward. Freeborn African American Solomon Northup played by I can't say his name correctly.
Just get to the point that matters.
It's kidnapped slavery from Joseph.
I mean, if you haven't seen it, just keep going. Just go to another topic.
He got to.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I haven't watched the movie. I'm reading from a list that
I have.
labeled.
That's what I'm
there.
saying.
Wait, at 12 years a slave?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah,
Oh,
but I
you're going
can't
down
trust
the
your opinion because you guys are all going Django
Wait,
you are categorically wrong.
Do you consider white savior to be an inherently negative thing? Because that was kind of my question. Like you're saying that it's categorically incorrect because it's not bad, not done poorly.
No. I didn't say it was necessarily bad. I don't know what you mean by bad. In this
Well, by bad, I'm saying that like it's like because my thing was like, could it be done in like a positive way? Like another example would be Freedom Riders. Like I said, Hardball, Freedom Riders. If you've seen Freedom Riders with the
Freedom Riders, definitely with Hilary Swank.
Yeah, the white lady who like meets the kids. In the hood,
teacher.
teaches them how to. You know.
Yeah, because the types of stories that again, I'm just fully transparent. It is from a wiki article on white. It is from a wiki article on white saviors, so I could go into deeper detail if I wished. But the type of stories that a lot of that Wikipedia says white savior movies are the inspirational teacher and the man of principle. Those are the two type of stories that white savior movies usually fall into. Apparently.
Would y'all have considered
Dangerous
the Hurricane?
Mind.
Dangerous Minds.
Yeah,
Would y'all or Lean on Me? Lean on Me was more.
Lean on Me was the other way around.
Yeah.
He was the
Yeah.
asshole in that movie.
He was.
There it is, Django Unchained. It's in the list.
What about
It's not white savior. It's literally not. Hold on.
It
He
didn't
was
like-
just useful. Was he? He was literally just useful.
The internet.
He was a side chick.
Prime. The point about white savior films isn't just white has useful white
White
person.
man
It's
saves
that
everything.
Without that white person, nothing.
Django wouldn't have been
nothing would have
Django.
happened. Yeah, literally.
So hold on.
That's
So
usually
what?
what's going for.
That hold on. That doesn't matter within the context of this though.
Okay.
Like-
Here we are.
Like-
Let me maybe narrow it down even more. I think white savior is like a white person is needed, or it's framed that a white person is needed in order to save this person.
He brought you out of destitute, like brought you
I
from
was
like a
just
destitute.
Yeah,
Like,
like
he's your
the-
savior. He's your
Like,
Yeah, on
no
the list
other-
because like on the list is the movie from 1994, the Air Up There, about a disgraced basketball coach, white basketball coach who traveled to Kenya to recruit a prospective player.
Oh God.
Oh, Matumbo.
Wait, I was
it
about to
sort of
say.
Matumbo?
Wait, Prime. I'm so because in Django, which is one of my favorite films of all time, it's a white man literally coming to save a black man from slavery so he can go save his wife. How is this not white savior in your mind? I'm genuinely interested.
Yes, he does saving, but that doesn't mean he like white savior. Doesn't mean that
He's with
that
the entire
like
movie.
if you have like okay, like I gave that example before, right? Like put the Liam Neeson, I'll use him now, whatever, it doesn't matter, in a buddy cop movie with a black man, and like if he goes and saves that black man, that doesn't make it a white savior movie.
Yeah, because
Right,
it's
like,
a buddy
that's, like, not
cop.
the
Because
point.
those are
They're considered equals.
They're equals. But
Yeah.
in
But Django
white
and
saviors,
Batman
there's a
became
hierarchy.
equals.
There's a power
Yeah,
dynamic.
they
hierarchy.
became equals.
Yeah.
Yeah,
No.
but it was first of all, in that world.
At
But
the
that,
end,
but it's not. It's not.
after he
It's
died.
not
To
even the
each
point.
other, not to the world.
No,
That's
but
the
that's
word.
what I'm okay. But I'm saying to each other, he had to have the white man had to free him in order for them to be.
It doesn't.
Not just
that
no. It's not
doesn't
even just freeing
matter.
them. That's just step
It's saying
one.
the same
It's-
thing.
Oh, and then educate him. And
He
teach him
taught
everything.
was already
Django everything he
educated,
knows.
wasn't
No,
he?
he wasn't. No,
I
Django
thought-
not as
went-
bounty hunter. Not as a bounty hunter.
No, I mean he wasn't educated as
Oh, at
anything.
all.
He taught Django every single thing he knew.
Oh, yeah.
Django went
we're
from
talking about Django. I thought 12 Years a
yeah,
Slave.
Django.
Yeah, no,
Sorry.
Django was a
Sorry, that's a
nothing
different
slave who was taken in by this by this
Magically.
this wholesome Jewish slave owner.
In
And
the
he
middle
taught
of
him
slave-owning
literally
South America.
everything he owned, everything he knew, and Django said, "I want to find my wife," and he said that I'm gonna dedicate a journey, take you to Candyland, spend $10,000 to purchase your wife, and I'm gonna sacrifice myself so that you can live on.
Yeah, it
Like,
couldn't have been done with any other race. It had to be a bit.
now the end of the movie was about
No,
Django
not
overcoming,
necessarily.
like,
You
was he
don't-
actually
that's
ended
not
up?
how whiteness works. But
Yeah.
like, go
No,
ahead.
no, in
But
that
yeah,
setting, yes.
No,
The end-
that's not how whiteness
It was
works.
going for
Whiteness
it.
was expanded back then. You actually don't need a person.
I'm talking about in the setting
Asian
of the
people.
movie.
I know.
No.
Hold on. I'm responding to you. I heard what you said. Like they literally considered Asian people to be white at some point in time because like of their white skin. Like the concept of being white, basically not being black. So that was an expanded concept. Our current racial concept is different from what it was back then. These things are not the same.
But I think
okay,
it's historically opposite.
that-
I think
that's
it was
still-
more.
That's still not important. That's still not important.
First
for
of all-
this, right? And so, like, I'm gonna give a shot to my man Aiko because he had a good point. So I'll give for this. I'll give you credit, friend. But he says, yeah, for it to be a white savior movie, the person of color has to lack all agency. This is what it is. Right?
Yeah,
Like,
Django didn't have any.
He did like agency
Django-
until he got saved.
He was
Even after he was saved.
he had plenty of. He was literally the hero of the movie. He
At
was
the
literally
end.
Because he was
at the-
given
at the
agency by the
end.
white
Oh
man.
my
He was
God.
given agency by the white
Quentin
man.
Tarantino would disagree with you.
I'm
Quentin
not
Tarantino.
gonna- I'm not
remember
gonna.
No, I remember
There
this
was actually
vividly,
an
'cause in the
article
movie.
about
There was a movie in the movie. I remember this scene where, or the dentist looks at him and he's like, "Look, I hate slavery, but if you're also not in a position to fight me on this mission I'm on, all the better for me." He literally said that in the movie. He's like, "I hate slavery, but you helping me kill all these three bounties that I'm looking for and not being able to refuse me kind of helps me." He said that in the movie.
Yeah, and like Quentin Tarantino, even like, because Jamie Foxx did an interview, it's hilarious, where he was talking about when his first day on the set, he came out and he was trying to be a hero, and Quentin Tarantino pulled him aside and said, he's a effing slave. He's not a person. He's not cool. He's a slave. You're nothing. You're supposed to be meaningless. But if you make it to the end of the movie, you get to be the hero. He doesn't get to be the hero until the dentist dies. Until the dentist sacrifices himself, then Django gets to become his own person and become a hero. Before then, like I said, he is literally underneath the dentist, but he ends up surpassing him in the end as like a shooter and bounty hunter. That's the story.
Yeah.
I didn't even know I would spark this. That's crazy. I didn't even know that was a controversial
I think
thing.
I understand where Prime's coming from, because I think like either consciously or subconsciously he's viewing the white savior trope as an inherently negative thing. And what this has been done so well, where it's actually good. Huh?
Yeah,
He said he's not though. I'm gonna take his word.
I don't think it needs to be inherently negative.
Okay, so give us
fine.
Tell us how this isn't a positive white savior. Or rather, give us an example of a positive white savior.
I don't think it's a. Oh, I don't know off the top of my fucking head. What? I don't know. But like
everyone here agrees except you. Okay.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, yeah. You can all be wrong except for me. That's fine. Sure. Like and what Bam said literally doesn't matter in terms of like, yeah, you're a slave. Yeah, that's the role. Obviously, in the context of the. Or not? Is it Antebellum? Antebellum, I think, is after the war. Yeah. Of slavery, of the slavery South, right? The slave South, like a black character is limited in their actions, right? That goes along with like the setting of the movie. That doesn't mean that this isn't. That this makes this a white savior, but I don't know. Look, whatever. I already explained everything.
When I mentioned the two type of tropes within the trope, the type of stories that the white savior trope is, I said inspirational teacher and man of principle. Based on what Bam described the German dentist or whatever, the bounty hunter that bought and then freed Django. He would be under the man of principle part of it.
Shit, both. He was a teacher and a man of principle. He was both in the movie.
Yeah, it was a little bit of both because obviously taught him everything he knew, and then the man of principle, the white savior principle position to chattel slavery and to Jim Crow laws makes him advocate for the humanity. I don't know why I say chattel like that. Makes him advocate for the humanity of slaves and defender of the rights of black people, unable to independently stand within an institutionally racist society. In films such as To Kill a Mockingbird, Conrack, and Amistad.
John Brown was an actual white savior, and I respect John Brown. That man died because of the slave revolt, because he was like a real life. He wasn't even a movie scene. Despite being stories about racist oppression of black people, the white savior narrative relegates non-white characters to the story background as the passive objects of the dramatic action. And Django's probably the only one that does. I didn't see Django fully. That
would be fair. He wasn't like a passive background character. He was literally like right there with Schultz. So I mean, if you want to make that argument, it makes sense.
Wait a minute, but Sandra Bullock was
made that argument.
Wait a minute, we agree Sandra Bullock in Blindside was but she was probably a more prominent character than Michael Orr himself. Like Miss Tui.
Yeah.
Wait, you were arguing that the white savior is supposed to be in the background.
No. The black people, in the man of principle, the black person is usually in the background, with the white savior being in the foreground, who militates to save the non-white characters from the depredation of racist white folk. Respectively, aspects can include a false accusation of interracial rape, truncated schooling, and chattel slavery. That's the man of principle trope.
I
don't know if I say chattel.
Just say chattel real quick. I need this.
Chattel.
Thank
There
you.
you go. Yeah.
Would you consider the first Sister Act to be a reverse of Black Savior movie?
The first what?
No,
The first Sister Act with Whoopi Goldberg.
What
Oh,
movie?
that's a Sister Act.
Yeah, Sister Act, not the second
Oh,
one with the
Sister
Yeah, the
Act.
first one.
With
the
Lauryn
first
Hill.
one where all the nuns were white.
With the nuns, the white
And she
nuns.
was the one that
That's a
asked them up.
good one.
Would that be a black
Pretty
one?
good. That's pretty good.
I think there's a term for that. That's like more. I think it's more Magic Negro type thing, right? Like,
Yeah,
I
I would say
you
that's
call
more
it
like a
Black
Magic
Saber,
Negro.
yeah,
It's
but
like Bagger Vance
Magic-
shit,
Yeah.
like some Green Mile.
Let's say that's my
time
favorite one.
I've
Green
never
Mile.
heard. Say that again. Magic what?
Magic
Magic
Negro.
Negro.
That's
I've
another-
never heard that
I've never
term.
heard
So
that
have
I
you
am
ever-
only
I know that
years
one.
old.
Say
Yeah,
it.
Have
Everyone
you ever heard
Green Mile?
of Have you ever heard of Song of the South?
I have.
Yeah.
Uncle
Song
Remus
of the
was
South,
the
yeah, yeah.
original Magic Negro trope.
Yeah.
Got you. That's
yeah.
crazy.
Okay.
You learn
Yeah.
something new every day.
I don't think she was actually magical in Sister Act, though. I
Well,
don't know
no,
if
if-
it needs to be a little
She
higher
just
magic.
did something miraculous. It
Yeah,
was
she did.
a
And another-
religious movie, so it was a miracle.
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, fair enough. Yeah. But yeah, I would look at it in that way, but I don't know. Maybe Black Savior. That's a good question.
It would
There
be
was a
pretty
Black
close.
Savior category. Yeah, I
Yeah.
guess. Yeah.
Black
Yeah. Actually, you know what? The more I think about it, because those nuns couldn't do anything for themselves, right?
Zero
And they
agency.
were in the background.
None. They were goofy.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then like the best singer was like the young pretty one, but she was like shy.
So can I get y'all
She's like, give me
Chris
your
Paul.
voice, but she had like the big bombastic
Can I get y'all
voice.
an interesting one? How do y'all where would you put Training Day in this spectrum?
Well, he was an anti-hero, or maybe even
Yeah.
a villain.
No, but I'm
He was
thinking
a straight up villain.
because I'm like, as I think about this, because I remember watching that movie as a kid, right? And I mind you, I was raised in a very pro-black household, and I remember, one of my aunts was screaming at the movie, "Why the fuck is this white man like the savior of this goddamn movie?" I remember that vividly, and I was like, as I look back, and I was like, I don't know if it's a white savior movie, but
Yeah, the
I don't
earliest
know
one
where I
was
put it. I don't know where I put it. Cause why the fuck was a random white man in LA the
Yeah.
savior of that movie?
It was like the most recent ones.
You know, I'm
I
kind of
don't
glad that
remember.
we moved from the white saber thing to from the black guy dies at the beginning of the movie. I just watched Jurassic Park, the first one, back in '93, and that was still alive. The first person that died in that movie when they let the Velociraptor into the cage, black guy. I'm kind of okay with the white saber thing versus us being the first body caught by everybody and everything.
But isn't that the reason why Night of the Living Dead was such an awesome movie for black people? It was a black dude saving all the white people and ending up with the white woman at the end of the movie. That's
No, I
a
was
movie
thinking the
Brown
wrong
can
movie.
truly get behind.
I was thinking Death Till Dawn. I wasn't thinking Night of the Living Dead.
Think of a single horror film black character.
He's not wrong.
I can't think of a
Resident
single one else.
Evil.
Remember, Resident Evil. Who the fuck
There was a
black?
Resident Evil movie where one of the characters, where one of the black characters, he was traveling with, I think her name was Elizabeth. It's been a while. The main female character, and halfway through the movie, it looks like he gets taken away by a horde of zombies and killed.
Oh,
But then at the
I know
end of the
what you're
movie,
talking about. I know.
yeah, but then at the end of the movie, he crawls out of a pipe.
the movie
taking
star
out one last
motherfucker
zombie.
with the two
Like,
pistols. Yeah, I know.
Was
what
it
you're
Barry?
talking about. No, he wasn't an actual. He wasn't a character. The Resident Evil movies had nothing to do with the game. Don't even think about it. But I'm always-
not the game,
shows
the
up with the blaster.
You always
I
have
want to. I don't
expressive-
want to move. I want to move past this. You guys keep going to like hard tangents, man. Like,
Sorry.
So, yeah, like I didn't want to kind of focus on the topic.
I don't know.
So I think. So what the reason why I'm bringing this. One of the reasons that I thought this was worth discussing, is like, do you think that this became like a popular trope because like that's the only way like white audiences could really relate to our stories, right? Like our pain is featured, our pain being brown people in general, right? But our pain is featured in these stories, but like it's like a struggle over another one. Last Samurai is another one of these.
Yes.
Oh shit! Oh my god!
That's the worst one. Oh my
Yep, there.
God.
Yeah, it's on the list.
So
Last Samurai with Tom Cruise.
yes, no, yeah. But so like our pain is like featured in these things, right? But it's not like, hey, look, like here to sympathize with us. It's like this is a moment of character growth for a white person. Look at them going to foreign land and finding this issue and overcoming the struggles, or like civilizing these folks, right? Like, you guys have your backwards culture, but like once we pop this white man or white woman here, right, they have this point of clarity and they're helping you, and it feels like it's like a power, even when it's not like an action movie, it becomes like a power fantasy. This is my head, for these white individuals, where like I have the civilizing ability if I just go into these areas. And I think that has some real world effects. But like, go ahead, guys.
I've never thought of it like that. What I more so thought of it was like, if you just display racism or like the struggle that comes with being a particular minority, a particular group, and like the cause of that racism or the cause of that problem, for all intents and purposes, people are going to view it as like, well, white people, they're going to look at this movie as white people bad. That isn't going to sell to a white audience very well. But if you look at it like white people bad, but white people fixed, that's easier to sell. That's easier to give to somebody than just white people did fucked up thing.
Yeah.
I also think it was useful for the time. Like I think there's a necessary like crossover period between getting sort of like expanding black media in a way. Like, there's a way of saying that, like, hey, black, especially the movies involving children, like I said, when I think of Hardball, when I think of Freedom Riders, when I think of the ones like the movies like that, it was kind of saying that, like, hey, black kids are humans. They're just a little culturally different, and with a little bit of effort built into it, like, you can have a lot of positive outcomes related to it. So I think it actually did a good job as like humanizing black kids. And so they're like, actually, they're capable of lots if you're willing to take the time to invest in them, if you're willing to take the time to like actually meet them where they're at and get to know what their lives about, because, you know, some of their lives are more difficult than what you've typically experienced. And I think I find that to be useful.
Plus, I would say that
it's not meant for black people in that case. It's meant for white people in that case.
In order to, you know,
I don't know. I enjoy some of that.
The Last Samurai was a great
Hardball.
white savior film. It's a great white savior film. Last Samurai.
Yeah. That Samurai is for like a different reason. I think that's just like a white person power fantasy, more so than like
Avatar.
He kind of like became accepted in the culture the more he indulged in it, and even got a Japanese wife at the end. You know what I'm saying?
But they did. This is why I brought up like Dangerous Mind. Sorry, why I said that it doesn't have to be an action movie, because I was thinking of Dangerous Minds, right? Like Dangerous Minds, where, you know, Michelle Pfeiffer, sexy as hell, walks into that high school, and like she just like straighten things out, right? Like there's like, well, I mean, I think some people get hurt within that, right? And she has like a baseball bat, I think, at some point, whatever. But it's like I can come in and with the power of my like my moral clarity, I can just fix these things. And I was saying, like, this has real world consequences, and we can see it, right? We can see how, and you've all been on Instagram at some point. You've all seen it, right? Those white individuals end up in Africa, like taking pictures surrounded like little black kids, and like
fucking cringe, mate. Fucking cringe, dog.
I want to assume that individual in that picture actually did good work there, right? Maybe they actually really volunteered, did something really useful for that community. That's what I want to give them the benefit of the doubt there. But some of those people, they do barely anything, and then they'll just like take these pictures and like, well, look how caring I am, right? But beyond that, like there's an example of this woman. Oh my God, I think it was a story we talked about on the or maybe All Black Everything, or maybe in the very like years ago, where this woman, she goes to Africa, white woman, she goes to Africa and she starts a clinic there, and she I think she hadn't even finished school, right? Like college or anything, and like it was like very poorly run, and people got hurt, and I think people died because of the way it was mismanaged. And what she did, she just fucked off right back to the States. I think she would be American or Canadian. She just fucked off back to the West and didn't face any of the consequences of the people that were hurt from her nonsense. She's just like, oh, I can do this, I can handle this, and she did not have the skills. Like, there were black, and this is exactly what a white savior is, right? There were black doctors there, right? Because there are doctors in Africa, in case you didn't know. There were black medical professionals, and they're like, the way you're doing this is probably not the best idea. Maybe we could do these other things. But she had the money.
He is a white woman.
She had the money, and so so she ran the clinic the way she wanted to, and there was deep repercussions for the community there.
I have a question.
Mother Teresa.
Would it be just as bad if it was a black person doing that?
Hell yeah.
Sure.
That both be horrible. If you just go over to Africa to experiment on black people and just do your like pseudoscience bullshit and then dip off when people die, that's fucked up.
What about the other part? The other part, the earlier part where he said they, like, you go on a missionary trip to help, some black orphans or African orphans and take
That's
pictures.
something you want to tell us, Dream? You done killed some black kids and dipped out.
No,
No.
Morocco.
No. He's the only one been to the motherland here.
Yeah, I've been to Ghana, I've been to Liberia, and when I went to Liberia in particular, I'm just trying to figure out what the line is, because we can't really read people's minds in their intent. But I've taken photos with the orphans that I helped in Liberia. And
Yeah, but everybody takes, like, everyone takes the porn. Basically, it's like poor people porn. Like, basically, it's like, oh, we go to Africa to help the children. Take the picture with all the children I helped. Oh, I look so good because I helped some children in Africa. Even that do shit. You just went there to make everybody else think you look good on Instagram.
I would say if you do it as if it's like a tourist attraction, if you do it like a one-stop shop kind of thing, I would say that probably would. I think intention is one of the most important components of human interactions, right? So why you do something really dictates how we view what you're doing. And if you're doing it as like a tourist stop, I think that I would probably look at that away, as opposed to like, not only do you help folks in Africa, but in your own local community, you help out like people who are struggling there as well, right? Like, you go, it's not, you didn't wake up and be like, they're starving in Africa and I just gotta go help them. Like, if that's just who you are, you're charitable, that's fine. But again, if you're doing it because you're just drilled in your head, Africa equal poor, I need to save them, that's fucked up.
I like that.
I came back to a fun sentence.
Yeah, it makes sense. Like, if you're already helping people in your local community and you just want to help people also, it's like more evidence on your side that you're not doing it just for like
I think it's more. I think it's more about like. I think this actually, like, there's so many parallels to how these movies are set up, right? Like, I think it's how you view those others that you're gonna help, right? Like, do you view them as equals, right? Like, this is why I was so forceful about
Django. It's because he saw Django as an equal.
Yeah, he saw
and that's
let him go.
Like,
Wait, let me finish.
My bad.
Guys,
My bad.
Like,
Sorry, go.
no problem. It's fine. But is there parity between you, right? Is this just another person that needs your help, that needs your empathy, right? Or is this a person that, like, you think needs saving by you, right? Are these people who, like, can't really get their act together? Are these more NPCs to you? And it makes you feel good to like help these people, to do good things there, right? Paralleling that to the movies, right? Where the white person is in the foreground and the black and the brown people are background, right? Like, their struggle is the background to the internal struggle of the white main character, right? Like, are you the main character of the struggle, or do you realize you're like coming into this complicated situation? Like, you're going to Africa, you're going to this complicated situation that's been there for a long time, will be there for a long time after you, and you are just doing your part to help out? Or is this your story? Does that make sense to everyone?
No, I get exactly what you're saying. Intention, man. That shit is important. How you view somebody. That again, in what bro said was real, is that you can't read people's minds, but we're also not socially inept enough that it's like we can't see. Like, again, I think it's very telling when people do it for a disingenuous reason. Not that I'm a mind reader, but I feel like I go off the evidence and like what you said is like how you view that person and things of like the things that indicate that.
I think it's weird if this is the first like charity event you've ever done.
Facts.
You know, that shit is super
Oh,
weird.
I don't know about that. Like, why does it make it this is the first?
Bro,
Like,
if you want to do
inspired.
charitable shit, right? If you want to do charitable shit,
You gonna
and
wait?
the first place you think to go is Africa.
Yeah, that shit costs a lot of money. Like,
I
you
don't
do
know.
way cheaper.
I don't know. Like, I don't know. Like, if like it's just that like you could have seen
It's not
something
necessary,
and it
you know?
inspired you, or like you could have heard someone from that community. Like, hey, this might be the place I can make the greatest impact. Right? Like that's where I want to concentrate my skills.
No,
I don't know. Like,
there's always outliers, Prime. But what I'm saying is that if your issue is, I want to help those who need food. You're in America. Some folks are without food. I want to help folks that don't have shelter, water, heating in the winter, fucking cooling in the summer, whatever it may be.
Lack
You
in
can do
education.
that.
Yeah.
All of that all exists here. If you're a charitable person, you can do it here. But if you're like, I want to help people that don't have shit, and the first thing that comes to mind is Africa, that's fucked up. Like that's
Yeah.
You know what? I like movie probably shouldn't have been made. Like I was like I had to go into like what is the whitest
Blood
white
Diamonds?
favorite movie of all time?
Blood Diamonds?
No,
Avatar.
no, I can do worse. We like
Dragon Ball Z
honestly,
Evolution.
honestly, I blame your generation, Kyle, for not riding in the streets. Like I was too young to do anything about it. But they honestly, y'all should have did something when they made Radio.
I don't even know what that
Radio.
movie is.
Oh,
Radio.
Radio.
Cuba Gooding
Wait,
Jr.
you've never seen Radio?
I haven't seen it. I haven't seen
I've
it.
never even
Hey,
heard
You
of it.
probably shouldn't have let that happen.
Again, I like the
running.
movie. Hey,
No.
Bab, I like the movie.
You
Like
like
a man.
Radio?
I mean, it's a feel-good story, but I
What
mean,
what's that to feel good about?
Because he was.
So
he
guys,
was-
hold on. I'm sorry, but not everyone has seen it. So like, what I understand. of
I'm
the
about to
story is
explain
that,
it to you
like-
right now.
Okay, you go ahead.
Yeah, so it's a special ed like black kid.
Okay.
He's an adult.
and-
He's a grown man.
He's an adult. Oh yeah, he's an adult. Oh, even worse. He's an adult, a special ed, and like he's always hanging around the football field of a white school, right? Was it a white school or is it mixed?
yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And then basically like he gets bullied a lot, and then like but the football team takes him in as like kind of like the
Mascot.
assistant manager or the mascot, and then like he gets basically loved by everybody else after that. Like, after
And they call him Radio because he likes to play with like broken radios and fix them. But when I say like special ed, like Cooper Gooding Jr., like I'm talking about like Buck T.
Holy shit,
all
that
that
movie!
Is this
Oh
when they
my
made the
god!
Simple Jack joke?
God.
I
When
know
you
the
mentioned
movie
the
you're
Black
talking
Jack-
about!
When you mentioned the radios, holy shit, I just got, oh my god, flashbacks.
And then like this white coach is like, nope, don't nobody mess with good old Radio. What kind of pie you like, Radio? You want apple or cherry? Both of them. Get Radio, both of them. Both Radio want both pies. He's a good boy. Then Radio mama died halfway through the movie. And then like there's like no positive. Like Radio goes to high school. And then they show like the real Radio at the end. And he just running around like he like 60 years old just running around like as like the team mascot. Like and he's a grown man. He's a human being. But they like, we can't play a game without Radio. Ain't that right, boy?
See, that's
like,
oh god.
it's
But my thing
terrible.
is,
Yeah, the
See,
way
this is
when
what
you
I-
put
oh,
it
now-
that way, it makes me feel like, okay, maybe
Now,
it really
like,
does
it-
not feel good.
what I
That's
said
because
my-
you put it in the worst light possible, Bam. That
That's
was
the
a feel-
movie.
No,
No,
no, that's
friends, Bam. I thought we were cool.
Bam.
See,
I
this,
blame you,
see,
man.
hold on. Now. See, back in my opening, how I said about when it came to the blind side, I was not at all like into any like social political things. I didn't understand shit about different dynamics between people. So that's why the blind side was like one of my favorite like movies that had to do with like football stars and everything like that. Not counting again, Remember the Titans. I still love that movie a lot more. But something like Radio for it to come back to my memory. I'm like, God.
Like
How
everybody
did I not
knows,
see
everybody
it?
knows that scene from Tropic Thunder where Witchcollar in blackface says like, "You never go forward," and he brings up Radio.
Never
He was
come
like, "Yeah, you never go full." I'm not even gonna say the word. Like,
I said it already.
yeah. Oh,
Y'all making me feel so
retard.
bad. Y'all making me feel so bad
he
for
was like,
laughing.
because he was like, you can play slow, like you got a heart full of gold, but you never go full retard. He said, because if you go full retard, like people don't vibe with it.
We're quoting. This is a quote.
I
Twitch do not
hate
get it.
Trump. I hate.
Oh my god, that was such a good scene. He said, yo, Forrest Gump. You know, man, maybe a little bit autistic, but
he was a war hero.
Hey there, JJ. Welcome in, friend.
Yeah, I don't know.
Damn war hero.
I think it was a good movie
Tropic
because
Thunder. I hate that
I think
movie.
I think you can gain a lot of empathy for special ed people with that movie. Like that's why I think it's a good movie. At least that's what I was thinking when I watched it. I'm like, you know, special ed people are, you know, they don't deserve to get their feelings.
I bet you
hurt.
wanted to pet him. Like you see him as like a puppy.
I'm gonna. That sounds. That's almost the
Why would you
same.
say that?
That's almost the same logic as the Autism Speaks people whenever they show their montages of kids with autism. Like
Yeah,
it's
so what is the
usually
rhetoric?
that.
So,
All I
like,
said was that they deserve empathy, and I can understand how they feel.
No. You're no.
Would you treat them like an equal, Dream?
It depends on the level.
From how
of
you're saying
autism.
that, it doesn't sound like you would treat them like an equal.
Well, it
You'd just be
depends on
kinda
the level of
pitying them.
autism. It depends on the level of autism, obviously.
Like
So
like you know.
this is what we go first, Fraser.
Because you understand how like Autism Speaks usually does its like promos and stuff, right? It's a very eugenics
I'm not really
organization.
familiar. I understand they want to get rid of autism. That's pretty much all I know about it.
They're very eugenicsy. Let's just say that much at least. And the way that they show, basically, like you know that I know like almost everyone knows that extreme stereotype of kids who get diagnosed with autism, where it's the screaming and everything, the flappy hands and everything. They show that and say like, this is autism. We're working to fix this kind of stuff. They're doing as much as they can. Like, you should pity them. Like, what?
Gotcha.
That's when that's how it sounds when you're saying like radio makes gives a good light to people with autism. Like, no. Or people with mental health.
So 1 second. Thank you, SB Philly, for the $5 hype chat. Kind of you. And yeah, I'll check my TMs. So I just quickly before I lose this. I saw a film. I want to say this was a film. This is a long time ago, right? But I just have a general knowledge of this film that I had seen. I talked about like a person of who you know person with mental difficulties, mental deficiencies, and intellectual deficiencies, and they were a parent, right, to a child that didn't, you know, it was like a normal functioning child, and like the struggles of like how do you be a parent where you know you have that trouble, and like that, from what I remember, this was such a long time ago, but from what I remember, that individual, the slow individual, had agency. Like they could, they were like performing actions, like you could see their struggle. It was like through their eyes and how they were trying to overcome these challenges with the world around them. And not like that things were just happening to them and people were just like felt bad about this person. This person was actually struggling to, you know, to raise their kid, because it's a hard thing to do even as a person with normal mental faculties. So like that, I think, so I bring it up to say to
I Am Sam.
I Am Sam, is that the one? I don't remember.
Sean Penn plays Sam, a mentally challenged man that instantly becomes a single parent when the mother immediately abandons them when they leave the hospital.
Yeah, I've seen that.
I like that one too. I like that one.
That might
too.
be. So anyway,
want to look at
I was just gonna say the dream, and then I'm done. I was just gonna say the dream that like you brought up radio, as that's a good movie. I haven't seen it, but like I always think this would be a better example. Maybe that's what I was talking about. But yeah, I think that would be a better example, because it shows like agency of this individual, and like you can see their struggle through their eyes and empathize with them, rather than like they are just like an object.
Yeah, JJ, all black, everything.
Sure, but my thing is like, you know, there's autism is a spectrum. There's it varies a lot. So like the type of autism radio had is probably different than the type of autism that white guy single father had. And so you can show these different types of movies with varying levels of autism and have sympathy for all levels. So that's all I'm saying. And especially like for me, I mean, I was a big bully back in middle school, elementary school. Like I used to bully, special ed people all the time, and I regret that. That was one of my biggest regrets growing up. It wasn't until high school I became a much better, agents. Like probably later high school, I still bullied them in early high school, but not until later high school and then college where I really. And you know what the biggest like empathy equalizer for me is like when I watched Love on the Spectrum on Netflix. That documentary or like that show about like real life love with autistic people really like opened my eyes about like all the types of autism that exists out there. And like I just think the more exposure you get to all the types of autism, the better you are. Because I did not treat them with manners and kindness and wellness growing up as a kid, because I wasn't really exposed to that. Why, like just what that was like, or like the reason for it happening, or any type of empathy. I did not like get exposed to that growing up.
I'm really into this.
Wait, you said you didn't get exposed to any empathy while growing up?
No, I didn't get exposed to like. I didn't
The
get to
things
know
that
an
would
autistic.
cause
I
them to
didn't-
have empathy.
I never got to know an autistic person like personally.
Okay,
Like,
okay. So like you didn't
Yeah.
like get to like see like, so for instance, like
I never got
Um,
to see the humanity of them. Yeah. basically.
oh yeah, so basically like I think of like my middle school, and like we had like the ability to pick like your advisory class basically, and some people chose to like pick an advisory class that actually would work with especially challenged people, and like they were just really good like-hearted natured people. And I mean, like, even one of the girls that I would interact with, she passed away, like those are all things that like I still think about to this day. I still think about her, and like I still think about like her family and stuff, because I'm sure they miss her, but it's like
Yeah.
I saw like that was like my first like real opportunity to kind of like see humanity
Yeah.
in special needs people.
Yeah.
I worked
Plus,
at a delinquent school for special needs kids. I got like bite marks all over me because of that junk. It was an experience.
Bro.
But like it was cool.
Bro, it was such a sweet moment. What the?
I would also say like I was
yeah.
traumatized. I was traumatized like because I had to ride the short bus for a while because of safety, and the short bus was the only bus available to drive me, and that was some of the most annoying things in the world I've ever had to experience.
STV, why are you in my house?
The background.
That was a good joke. It's a great joke, even.
Throw
Why-
your background.
Why are you in my house? Why are you playing
got
the
too many rooms.
piano?
Portal.
You got room.
Yeah.
I got no room for this
we
man
gotta-
in my house.
Nah, man, we gotta let black people come up together. Like you gotta support
Yo,
one
Philly
another.
used to pray for times like that. No,
Facts!
Don't worry. The couch is free. The couch is free over there, and he can play music for you on that
100%.
piano.
That's
You're
right.
good.
That's right.
So, Philly, you said you had
Lean
some,
on me.
differing opinions.
Yeah, so I apologize, everybody. I'm on vacation right now, so I apologize for the background. I was listening. We just got back from the boardwalk and everything, and I was listening on my phone, so I caught maybe the last 15 minutes. And it sounded like everybody was in agreement with Prime on the fact that it matters. I'm sorry, I don't know the full context, but from what I heard what Prime say, he said it doesn't. I would rather the money if you're doing it like a charitable cause, if you're donating to Africa. Prime, could you restate the position just so I don't get you wrong? Let's just start there.
Okay, so we were talking about, I guess, white saviors. In
Yes, it
real
was right
life.
at the end. Yeah.
Sure. And I talked about how there are white saviors who or people who go to Africa rather than or other like brown countries, and they don't look at the inhabitants as like equals. Like, I'm there to assist, right? I'm coming into the situation. I don't understand what's going on. I'm here to assist you. and try to enrich whatever you're doing, enrich your communities, rather than like this place is a mess. I'm gonna come in there and fix it, right? I'm gonna end up basically civilizing you. Like you guys clearly couldn't think of the solution yourselves, but like me with my white intelligence and my my moral standing, I can do this. So yeah, that's like those are two different types of people.
Yeah, when I was listening to that, what came to my mind was I disagree for two different reasons. The first reason being, when you are, I guess, when you're a leftist, you look at the outcomes of situations, not really the intentions. And so I'm curious to ask you, why is it different in this situation?
Wait, that don't even make any sense. Why?
No, I'm saying just because somebody perceives that they're being helped and not knowing that they're being taken advantage of does not remove the responsibility from the person that is doing the taking advantage of and doing these things, looking down upon people, and probably not doing these things. Well, these things are probably not going to be to the benefit of those people, because once they leave, they haven't fixed anything. They haven't taught them how to handle things from there forward.
That would be the Philly perspective on outcomes. That would mean the outcome didn't.
Yeah, but not only that. Like, I've never heard a perspective that leftists have to be or required to be or intrinsically have to be consequentialist. Yeah, I've never heard that in my life.
Voluntourism, my chat is saying, it's called voluntourism.
So when we talk,
I'll answer your question, Philip, because you wanted to ask me something directly. Like I think it actually does matter with the outcome. And I gave that example afterwards of this individual. I'd have to search for it. I know this is a real case that I'm bringing up, where this woman, she was like either fresh out of college, fresh out of medical school, or like she hadn't completed it, and she went to some African nation. And she set up this clinic. It was like a general clinic. She wasn't. I don't think she was experimenting on anyone. But she just like set up this general clinic, and she just fucked everything up. She had money, but she fucked everything up. And there were black medical professionals there, and rather than like working with them, like, okay, they may be my employees because I'm funding this operation, but like these people have more experience than me, and and they're like, they understand the community, and so I should like listen to them and take in their situation. Now she just kind of ignored that. I'm gonna do it my own way. I got this, right? Because she looked at them basically as below her, and then that ended up having disastrous consequences. So I think that starting intention, like what Solus was trying to say previously, right? That starting intention matters because it manifests like in what direction, what path you're going to take. Go ahead.
Prime, I don't think you would consider yourself to be a consequentialist to begin with, would you?
I'm sorry, I don't want to go down.
I mean, that's what this question is at the end of the day. He's saying, like, are you breaking from your morals, like your consistency on consequentialism?
I don't know.
John Rawls' theory of justice.
I know that feeling. No, I don't want to debate. I don't want to debate.
If you try to classify it, yes, that is what I'm saying. But no, I'm really just asking in plain
JJ, are you
English.
still here?
Most of the times when we look at problems, like we are concerned, and when I say leftist, I'm not
Check
like,
your phone.
I probably would be part of the left. So I think that we look at what is the ultimate outcome of a situation. So if you have 100,000 rich white people and 98,000 of them are just donating money to Africa, don't think about it, don't really, they care less really. They just know they have extra money, and they heard that this is the best place to donate was to this some certain organization in Africa. But the other 2,000 are like the person that Prime was describing, like they really are like they're kind of like racist a little bit, like they really like, on or they might be on a power trip, or like they're really on some shit. But like at the end of the day, all the money that is contributed, ends up like so this is like part of my first disagreement. But so to finish my sentence, like all the money is eventually going to help. So would that change your mind if you knew like, regardless of intentions, that this would help the situation.
Wait,
So that can be for Prime or
a piece of
anybody.
that, by the way. I want a piece of that. So how do you know where the money's going? All they're doing is showing fraudulent pictures in places like Somalia with little kids with bloated bellies and the whole deal. They're showing the worst case scenario, showing that these people cannot save themselves. You donate money. You don't know how much of that money is going to these actual people. You don't know how many people.
Well, yeah, you're one of the 98,000 that don't give a fuck. You don't care. You just, well, you're saying you don't know. You say the money does get there. Say the money does get there. Say, you know, everything's on the up and up. I'm just asking in this hypothetical.
If that were the case and it actually went where it was supposed to go, then it would be a net positive. There wouldn't be an
regardless
issue.
their intention.
That's just not the reality.
And this happens on both. Like we've had people that try to monetize like poor black children across the board, from saint to sinner to half the YouTube that goes over there. But like, yeah, we brought them shoes. It's like,
well,
yeah.
I understand, you know, what Prime's saying about, like, you don't want somebody that's sinister, or you don't want somebody that's like with bad intentions. But what if somebody just has neutral intentions? You know, they like just don't
neutral
they don't
intentions
care.
of like, I don't think that so neutral intentions are just that, it's neutral. But if you're just like throwing money at a problem, not really looking at where it's going and just trusting that it's going to go where it's going to go, I feel like that's good ultimately, but it seems
I've never heard
inefficient.
of a neutral intention to donate for the good.
I know, right? It's like, because if you
Dang,
give a
does that
fuck,
even
once you
mean?
make sure that your money is going to where you want it to go, I feel you, but I don't know. I guess if that was the case, I don't want to fight your hypothetical. I'm trying to engage it. I would just say it's neutral, right? That's net positive. It's good. You're just throwing money at the problem, not really looking at it. Let's just say, for all intents and purposes, that's cool. It's at least going in the right direction.
About the dream, before you get confused, I don't think he means neutral as in like amoral. I think he's saying neutral as in like just low, like a low level of care is getting into it. So for an example would be like when
Like
you go
most
through,
people that donate money, right?
For sure, like the lowest level of like, oh, okay, like when you're going through McDonald's line and they ask you if you want your 12 cents to go to Ronald McDonald House, you don't actually know what the Ronald McDonald House means, but you feel like it might help a kid, so you say, sure, you can keep these 12 cents. Like you're doing a positive thing, but it's a really low level of engagement.
Okay, that's better. That's a better way of putting it, because to me, to be neutral is to not do anything.
Right.
Not, but yeah.
Well, I'm
that's
just saying your intentions are neutral. Like you don't care. I'm not saying your actions are neutral, but your intentions, like you don't care one way or the other. Like you know, like you're not like really
Is it
invested
safe to
if
say,
the
like,
problem get.
You're saying like
better in the future.
you're trying to fix this problem like throwing a coin into a fountain. Like if this does something good, great. If it doesn't, who gives a fuck?
Oh,
like
okay.
that? Okay.
Yes.
So you're just throwing your money around just to throw money around. You don't care what's going on with your money, and if it happens to go to a good, fuck it. It happens to go to a good. That okay? I understand now. It makes sense.
Well, the reason I say that is because at the end of the day, that's what most of society is like. You know, besides, no, not the activists, but most of the people that donate. Oh, philanthropists. Yes. That's what most of philanthropists. I put them in there, but yeah, anybody who donates money. But definitely philanthropists. Excuse me. I'm not used to saying that word, but yeah, definitely them too. Most people don't really like have the best intentions in heart. You know, like most people aren't really thinking about these problems. But isn't it a good thing?
I think it.
Go ahead.
I was gonna say, I think most people who donate, the vast majority of them are going to be ones that probably don't have much to give in the first place, but give anyway.
Yeah.
And then because they care, that's why they give. Like if you think about church.
Well, depends on what you mean by care, right?
Like if you didn't care, you wouldn't really give.
Like
so like when I first came in, so let me just make this point. Like let me succinct this a little bit better. When I first came in, somebody, I don't remember who, but somebody was complaining about people who take, I think it was you, Debate Queen, complaining about people taking a trip to Africa and not really.
Dream, I think.
Was it?
No, Debate Queen said it too.
Okay, yeah, I don't know who.
Taking a trip to Africa and not really caring, about the problem per se, like very, they're not really engaged with it all the way. That it's just, it might be a photo. I think the phrase you used was photo op or something like that, right? Am I?
Okay, I use that term.
Pretty much what you said.
I did use photo op. That was me then. What I was saying, what I was making the distinction was because I've been to Liberia in particular for 9 days.
they still have this program. It's a yearly program where it's called Planting a Seed International. Basically, it's a yearly program where Al can only afford 1 year, but it costs $4,000 to go. And basically, in this 9-day trip, you visit elementary schools, middle schools, orphanages. You stay at a local hotel. You experience the culture, and most of all, you interact with the locals there, and you actually get to know them. I'm still in contact with the people I met when I was in 2017, when I was 19 years old, and we still keep in touch. So my point was, there's good ways and bad ways about it. And the bad way would be if you're there just for a photo op. And my question to Prime was, and to the panel was, what is the distinction between going there, taking photos, but not going there and taking photos only for the photo op, right?
I think I understand everything you're saying, but I think what I'm saying is why does it matter? Like what is ultimately what's the difference?
I think one should receiver. I think ultimately to the receiver it doesn't matter, because at the end of the day, you're giving them more than what they had before you came and gave them. So
you would hope to think, though. We're not sure of that.
So
not in all cases.
Assuming it's the case that you're donating more than you're taking, right? Assuming that's the case, to the receiver, I don't think it matters that much.
Right.
But I think the receiver would prefer that you're doing this because you actually care.
Because we never. Real quick, so.
And number two, hold on, not done.
Like, wait, Dream, hold on, real quick before you move on. If you were on the plane on the way saying, actually, I really don't give a fuck, and flying away waving, do you think the person down there would really care? You know what I mean? Like they got what they needed, right?
Well, the assumption is half of these things they don't get anything. Half of these things people go, they kick a soccer ball with these kids, and then they create a negative stigma of this community as well.
Okay, so
you don't even know.
The argument is more.
That's kind of what I wanted to get in on that too, because you don't know what kind of that exposure that actually brings on that village in Africa too. There could be damaging things on top of that. Them getting that much money and stuff like that to that village could have their village be attacked by any kinds of elements out there that wants what they fucking have.
Good exposure though.
It does. If it does give good exposure, awesome. Anything. Hold on. I'm almost done. What I wanted to tap into there is we shouldn't shame anybody that is trying to fucking do something good ultimately, right? Even if it is for a photo op or it's the guy that's giving 12 cents at McDonald's and stuff. The only time that we should ever shame anybody trying to donate is when they try to put hubris in it, when they try to get arrogant behind it, when I am going to try to monetize this video to get famous because I went to Africa and stuff like that and whatnot. Yeah, we could get a little bit like that. I donated $1 million. I like the silence. I don't like that.
Wait, Majin, you can't monetize a YouTube video where you went to Africa?
I'd say
if you're doing it purely for that.
Hubris. You know what I'm saying? I did such a good. I went to Africa, so praise me for it.
Yep,
you know what I'm saying?
You can find plenty of that shit on Instagram.
Or I donated $2 million to some nameless organization, but my name and face, I didn't do nothing but gave money that I wasn't worried about to some organization.
Wait.
But now I want all of the credit. I'm not setting up the infrastructure. I don't even know what the fuck the company does.
How do you feel? How do you feel about Mr. Beast fixing eyes?
That's what I was gonna ask. I was about to say, Mr. Beast does this.
Mr. Beast actually gets into the infrastructure of it.
Yeah, he actually works with them.
Involved in it. It's not like I'm just putting my name on something and I'm buying it for all the credit.
I still feel like he's still trying to do it. Sorry, go ahead.
Please, I just want to cook for 3 seconds. I'll pass the ball back. Okay, so to your point, I think that somebody just mindlessly throwing their money at a problem on its face sounds good, but I think that encourages predatory folks who want to get that money to come. Sorry, I'm burping. I think it encourages people. If there is a group of, let's say there's 300 millionaires that are giving $10 million to some place in some fucked up part of the world, and everyone knows that they're just kind of mindlessly doing that. I know this might sound like a shitty thing to say, but if you're gonna do a good thing, you shouldn't half-ass it, because again, if you half-ass it, that's when shit goes left. I know we want to just pat people on the back for doing something good, but you gotta follow through. It's on its face a good idea if you're just throwing money at a problem, but if you're not really following through to make sure that it's having the effect that you say you want, that's ultimately going to lead to people predatorily probably taking that money and using it for something not I don't even say nefarious, just putting in their own pockets, right? Because no one knows where the fuck is going. People donating don't really give a shit. Two. Wait, no, y'all talk. I forgot the second point. Y'all go.
So I don't think that
So,
really.
yeah.
My whole point was the intention part. Like all that other, like you don't really know where the money's going and all that. I think that doesn't really get to my point of.
Why do you say? Why does
matter?
intention matter, right?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's what I was about to say. That was my second point. So if somebody goes to Africa and their intention is to just look like a white savior, even if what you did was positive in Africa, you're gonna take that mentality back home with you. And that kind of person interacting with black folks, becoming a manager at a local business, being a person that extends loans or has any position, like it's a society, we depend on each other. That kind of mindset inside of somebody that has to operate in society with black people is probably not good. That's why intention matters. And if you go do bullshit like that, no one calls you out on it, and it's encouraged, it emboldens that mindset. It
Also,
solidifies it.
I want to add something about why, like, just to solidify the point that Soul is just.
You cut out, bro.
Being unplugged.
Yeah,
He'll be back in a second. If all else being equal, I'm just filling up the space. All else being equal, like the assumption would be that, like, oh, okay, like it shouldn't matter, like what this individual person thinks about it, as long as like the outcome is the outcome. But I think what people are speaking to is the idea of generally intention seems to be highly related to outcome.
Hello.
Yeah, you're back now.
Yeah.
Now you can say
Okay.
one.
Perfect. I'm sorry. I think how the intent is what matters most when you call somebody a bad person. For example, somebody can like literally try to kill you, right? And on his like, because he hates you, but on his way to try to kill you, he like he like trips somehow, and then like
he's a baby.
somehow you as a result of him tripping, you gained $1 million, right? He's not a good person because you resulted in gaining $1 million and it helped you, but he was actually a bad person that just like by luck, a stroke of luck or happenstance, happened to benefit you. Like somebody can have the most evil intentions because they're a bad person, still benefit you in some way. But that you benefiting from somebody who's a bad person and doesn't like you doesn't make that person a good person. So that's why
wide
intention
open.
matters. That's why this matters a lot, like in terms of intention. Hey, I'm going there to actually because I actually care and I actually want to help, versus I'm here to really make a name for myself first and foremost. Just get popular, make money off these kids. I really don't give a fuck about these people. They could stars, all I care. But yeah, let me just do this for my sole benefit.
I got you.
In this aspect. So they're bad
So-
people if that's their intent. They did a good thing, but you can do a
I'm
good
not
thing.
arguing that. I don't think I'm
You
arguing
can do
that.
I understand. I'm just making it extra clear. You can do good things with bad intentions and be a bad person while doing those good benefits.
I want to take it to another level.
One second. We got like a few people. So we have DQ. She was trying to say something previously. And then Mordecai Razor.
So DQ.
Shit.
Y'all
Y'all
can
can hear me. I'm muted. Sorry.
Oh, I can hear you now. Yeah.
I forgot what I was gonna say, so whoever can go next.
Mordecai and Razor.
So, have you heard about the missionary that got killed by the Sentinelese people?
Mm-hmm.
No.
I saw the
Sentinelese
headline of
Islands.
that.
The Sentinelese Islands.
Yeah, I saw. I heard that. I saw that. Yeah.
There were
Was it
times
real-
where they
was-
allowed him in,
Just let me
and there were
explain.
times where they just straight up told him, "Don't come." And because of their experiences with other people coming in, bringing sickness and other problems, you may be thinking you're helping these people, but ultimately you're killing these people. You may, in trying to help and maybe try to gain clout, whatever the case may be, what your intentions were, ultimately be hurting these people by killing off parts of the ecosystem, actually bringing things into their communities that should not be there.
So I think you're helping my
Ultimately-
point. Yep.
But
I think you're agreeing with me
But,
Can
yeah,
I-
but
No, am I
based-
agreeing?
real quick, based on what
because
you
you're
just
saying
said,
intention doesn't matter.
I'm
No,
saying
no.
intention does matter.
Well,
I'm
if
saying
you come
you
in
may
with
have
the
good
best of intent,
intention.
if you come in with the best of intentions and the
it's gonna go
outcome is
wrong.
bad, then your intention really doesn't
But-
matter, does it?
no, it does matter. Let me tell you.
You would
why.
still say that's a bad thing. That
Can
Can I
they
give an
did.
example? example real quick?
Yeah, he doesn't care about the person. He cares about the action. Was the action good or bad? Not is the person.
That's not my question. But I
Well,
understand.
I'm
you.
talking about you feel. No, I'm agreeing with you. That's what I'm saying. You're talking about the action itself. Dream was speaking to like whether or not they were a good or bad person, and I'm saying that doesn't matter to you. Whether you think that person.
Can I give an example where this can go to shit?
Wait.
I'm not trying to take this over. Anybody is raising.
Hold on. Like, let me finish this point.
Okay, go.
Oh well, basically, I was just saying to Kai. I think you agree with me then, because everything you just said, basically, what I get out of that, how I'm hearing that is, it doesn't really matter your intention, because if you went to this place to do these great things and the outcome ended up being bad, I think you would agree that they shouldn't have done that, right?
Yes, I agree.
So their
with that,
intention,
but I'm also
their intention
saying
really
there's a
doesn't
juxtaposition.
matter.
No, there's a juxtaposition. If the person went there with good intentions and did things properly and actually cared, and that was like, if somebody actually cared, not just was doing it for the clout, not just for whatever. This is where your intention really matters, because then you take extra protocols. You think more about the ecosystem. You make sure you don't harm things. There are people that go that extra mile to make sure they don't fuck up more than they fix.
Exactly.
Well, and then so
This
the
is
end of
where
that would be
intention matters.
the end of that would be that the outcome is good, right?
Can I get?
And that's what that is what you're concerned with. I mean,
Yeah,
of course you want people to, have good intentions and do the right thing, but let's say
You're talking about a hierarchy of preference. Would you rather have somebody that's doing good intentions and bad outcomes, or bad intentions and good outcomes, right?
Well, just more to the specific thing that we're talking about, like with donating money to a country. Let's just keep it there. We don't have to even broaden it out. If your intention there, just real quick, like I said, I'm not trying to take this over, but if your intention there was to, let's say, give this village 500,000 more access to 500,000 more dollars by the end of the year, and the way you do it is by I don't know, leaving little bombs that blow up, and money just comes out of them. I don't know. I'm trying to think of the craziest example I can, but let's just say that is your method. People's first reaction to that would be, that's crazy. Like what? Like, no, I don't like that. But if the end, your goal is achieved, does it really matter? Like doesn't matter your intention. That's what I'm asking. Yeah.
Well, it's proof that intention matters that the white savior showed up and gave smallpox blankets to Native Americans in the guise of helping. There's a negative intention.
There's so let's go to Razor, who's up next, then we'll go to Solus.
Let Solus go before me. I'm still trying to figure.
So the example I was about to give, the reason I'm about to give this is because I feel like it perfectly displays the point of like intention and outcome. When I was a young kid, I was doing a lot of open mics and rapping. I was performing in front of thousands of people, and I was like a young prodigy with rapping and performing and shit. A white woman, speaking of white saviors, she came by and she had this program in this big poetry tournament in Chicago that she wanted me to enter into. And if you won this poetry tournament, you basically got to go through the same program that Chance the Rapper went through. They gave you an agent, they let you perform. It was like, if you did really, really good, you got to perform in front of Barack Obama. It was like, if you performed and you did poetry is what you wanted to do. I did really good. I went through the program. That white woman got me to where she wanted me to do. Her intentions was to look at a young black kid and help him like maximize his potential. That was what she wanted to do. That accomplished. This white woman was extremely racist. She was white savior to a 10th degree. She would say racist shit to me. She would literally say my poetry group, she would say that I want to have as many diverse kids in here. It was like, she would make fucking grape Kool-Aid joke. I mean, everything you can think of, she would do it, right? And no one checked her on it. Why? Because she was helping us go somewhere. We were kids, we had dreams, and she was helping us get there. That white woman ended up having a black child. That's what I mean when I say your intent and the outcome can be great, but if no one checks that intention, you being that kind of person, having that in your heart and how you deal with black people can have a horrendous effect.
I think nobody checked her because they agree with me. That would be.
No, they just
nobody checked her because
you're in the same place.
Nobody checked her because they don't.
No, you don't. That's not true.
They are looking at the outcome. They are looking at the good, that like the outcome of the situation. Like who?
That's
this lady is.
consequentialism, isn't it?
No.
Like,
It might be. I don't know, but that's
It's
what I'm asking.
Dynamics. No
That's
one
what
checked it
I'm
because of
talking about.
pyrodynamics.
Maybe that's true
She's
too.
their
Maybe
meal
that's true
tickets.
too.
That's their meal ticket. Why would you jeopardize your meal ticket? Like, I'm not
So
gonna check
what's the
my
outcome
mom.
of that? What is the outcome of that meal ticket? Why? Like why?
I don't know. What was
would
the
they be
outcome?
jeopardizing by
The
What was the
outcome was
outcome?
this. What I said. The outcome was this. Young black kid got many opportunities that he then used to spark his music career. Also, outcome: white woman is racist and now has a black child. Never been checked about her racism. These are
Okay.
this is
and so would you say that's a bad thing for society?
yeah. I would say that yeah, definitely. That motherfucker raising a
Well,
black kid is horrible for society.
How many black men would you think she helped in your situation? Just rough guess. I'm not going to lay down to this number.
Maju was trying to say. Maju wanted to say
Yeah.
something. Guessing.
Yeah, I'm deafened. I just realized I was talking about stream earlier. I was like, why the fuck these motherfuckers keep interrupting me?
I didn't even see Sonic talk over here.
But no, this goes back to an episode of Atlanta that recently happened. Two white ladies, lesbian couple, were foster parents. Kid ran away from because he was being bad at home. His mama kicked him out. Ended up with this foster family. They did everything right on paper, even though they weren't feeding the kids. The kids even tried to tell the foster parent on paper, though. Like yeah, and this happens
But
a
not
lot.
doing everything right on paper. Nah.
No, they weren't. No, yeah, like not on paper, like but
That
in
niggas was feeding
presentation.
him raw chicken, nigga. Nah, that shit was not right. That feeding raw chicken.
But what I'm saying is that this happens frequently, where like white people will come to the hood and grab them a bunch of little black kids and be like, "Hey, let me look good." Again, what happened to my sister? What happened to the Blind Side story? What is like it? Bolus's example right here. It's a good way to, like, if you feel racist or if people are calling you that, to fucking take that hard turn off that path, and nobody will ever question you again.
She would literally.
Even though you
I
understand-
understand.
It is literally the birthplace of fucking liberal racism.
For
Sure,
every
I
single
understand.
black kid that she helped, she literally taught several other black kids to be okay with dealing with racism, microaggressions, and people saying overall disrespectful shit to you. So yeah, she
That
helped.
probably helped you out a lot more than you think.
I mean, no,
understand. I feel
me
like I'm the only one
specifically, I would say
understands
that
what
no, me
Philly's saying.
specifically, it helped. But at the end of the day, like the net negative is that she encouraged a lot of young black youth that she should have educated. Being like she was a teacher too. Also, she should have educated them to not
Did she
be
ever
okay
call you
with.
the N-word or put you down?
I think it was more so like racist shit, like ha ha ha, you're drinking grape soda, or I remember
Maybe,
we had
or
a
maybe she felt comfortable enough with
microaggressions.
being around black people every day that she could make that joke, or she thought that was funny.
No,
You haven't even
Or-
proven to me that she's racist yet.
But no. Listen,
I understand.
I've been.
Wait.
I mean, no, it was never like she would make that joke and I would be comfortable with it. It would be like she'd make that joke. I'd be like, why the fuck would you say something like that? Other people would look at me like
microaggression.
it was never like a hey man. I've
people
never been
did
that
check her.
nigga.
You said nobody
I've
checked
never-
her.
No, that was me. I was that one kid that, bro, I come up from a very
Okay.
pro-black background. I was the one kid who was like, hey, fo, don't do no shit like that. I'm here to do poetry and rap. Don't make this shit weird, right?
So do you think
But-
she shouldn't exist?
So I understand what.
No, I would trade. No,
Not-
I could answer
like,
that. I would
in
trade
the-
everything
she should
I
die,
got
but
from.
you think, like,
I can answer.
that shit
I
was
would
funny
trade-
the way
Guys,
you
can I
said
answer?
Hey,
Hold on.
Whoa. Hey, we gotta let him answer. So, like, if you're asking him a question, let him answer the question. Go ahead.
I
It's
would
over.
trade every single thing I gained from that program if it meant that racist motherfucker was not raising a black child.
Okay,
I
so
would-
he
if
considered
anybody
that
would
nigga.
ever wait, hold on, let me finish. If any, I would trade that. If anybody that she would have listened to would pull her to the side and say, "Hey, the shit you're doing to these black kids is fucked up. You are basically coaxing them and making it okay to deal with racism, and you're about to bring a black child into this world. Lord knows how you're about to raise them and what you're going to do to them." I would trade that. I would trade everything I got for that time.
Wait, it's not
Okay,
a
so for
biological
him,
black
gotta-
child?
Go ahead, Bam,
yeah.
and then Waterkai, and then was it Dream? And Razor, did you figure out what you want to say? Okay, so Bam.
Yeah.
Okay. So for him, he's saying that the outcome ended up being negative. I feel like I'm the only one that actually kind of gets what Philly's saying. Philly, and whether I agree with it or not, Philly is arguing.
Hey, Morton,
that
welcome back.
if-
Yeah, I'm
Philly-
fine.
Philly is
I'm
arguing
just
that
sitting here eating.
at the end of the day, if the outcome is a is positive, if everything goes really well, are we okay with it? Yeah, like are you okay? Do you care about the person's intention? If everything goes really well, what everyone else is arguing is that people's intention is what creates the odds. Like people's intentions is what creates the odds of things going bad. So someone with bad intentions has a higher chance of things going. Has a like a higher chance of creating negative outcomes. So that's why we want people to have positive outcomes. But you're saying regardless of that, like if the outcome is the outcome, if the outcome's bad, it didn't matter if their intentions were great, and if the outcome was good, you don't care whether their intentions were
The parents
like
seem
bad.
to
It's
be
all about
very
what if
silly.
the outcome is
Yeah.
positive, how do you feel about it? And people keep like addressing other parts of the argument.
Because it could be like materially speaking, yes, things turned out good, but morally.
No, we say not
it
even
could be
morally.
bad.
Everything was just good. If it was just good.
Oh,
it
just
was
all?
good.
Oh,
Yeah. So let's go. To,
There was no
what-
racism in there, sure, right? That's the
go.
perfect.
Yeah.
I just want to move things along. Waterkai and then Dream.
Well, this might derail, but like, what if having that black child changed her perspective, and would that make her a white savior in this instance?
if her having that black child
Maybe
was the thing that, if well, you mean like she had that black kid, and that was the thing that woke her up, but like, damn, the way I treat black folk was a big fuck.
Yes, and she had her white savior moment of understanding the
Oh,
community.
finally
and
understanding.
helping.
Oh, wow.
And then
That
at that
does
point, after
happen.
helping you and helping
It
this
does,
kid,
yeah.
she becomes a white savior. We've gone full circle.
What exactly are you asking me in regards to?
She stopped being racist because she had a black kid. Is basically what
Do you think that's
I'm sure,
possible?
I'm sure he would answer that. That would be a good thing. But
Yeah, but I say like that would if that
that'd
was
be
the
good.
case, yeah, sure, that'd be
so,
cool.
but Solus,
Because that generally
wait, I don't even
happens.
think I was next. Yeah, go ahead, D. Go ahead, D.
That generally ends up happening a lot. I remember the time when
Oh,
my German
imagine you were
ex-wife, my German ex-wife, right? She I used to work at this place called the Lloyd Center. There was an arcade in there called the Tilt that I was a manager of. My sisters would come after school, wait for me there. My wife would come pick us up. We all go home. Normally, when the girls would come up, I give them like $20 to $50 each. They go do whatever they want in the mall, whatever, right? One of these days, they went down to Old Navy to buy them some stuff. My wife went down there to go pick them up, to bring them up to the arcade so we can leave. I guess when she walked in there, we've all seen Loss Prevention, right? When they're in action, they all, super covert, tucking behind the clothing, little, whatever the shit's, the little setups, right? So my wife was like,
looking at clothes.
yeah. So my wife was like, hey, is it cool for me to walk down there? Because, he's obviously doing something, right? And he was like, yeah, sure, but we're watching these two little girls right now, you know what I'm saying? Who happen to be my two little twin sisters. And then she turned around and be like, that's my daughter and stuff like that. Sorry, my little brother just came in. Thank you for the meal, bro. What up? That's my brother. I turned off the camera. But new specialty burger? Good looking out. I ain't gotta make those chicken bakes.
Hold on, can I finish this goddamn story?
He brought me some food. I'm sorry. What am I supposed to do?
All right,
I'm not
wait.
gonna
I gotta
see
see
the
if you're
connection.
not done.
nigga,
Hold on. I'm almost there.
Oh,
I'm
all right,
almost
I'm
there.
after you.
So my ex-wife, when I used to, her being white and from Germany, I used to tell her a lot about racism and stuff like that in the opinions. My two little sisters weren't stealing from Gap, right? They were just fucking shopping. But at the moment when she realized that, and the moment she had her epiphany, right? It was two little girls that she loved, that she considered her daughters. When she saw this white, or I'm assuming white guy, try to say that my two little sisters were she dropped that idea that I was always making that bullshit up about, like, oh, this is a racist moment and stuff like that, and really started to see it for her through her eyes. That was sorry.
Yeah, a lot of the time in society,
I could paint it to you, Bam, if you want to. He was talking about the whole, like, if she had a black kid,
if it makes you a better
gender
person. Okay,
Yes.
I got you.
Yeah, because
Thank
a
you
lot
for
of
that,
time
Martin.
a lot of the time, like with people in society, like if there's like a systemic issue that is happening, but it's not something that usually happens to your class or someone who looks like you, you will always kind of brush it off, saying that, yeah, it's not that big of a deal. But the moment it happens to someone you love and or yourself, you finally get it. You're like, oh, fuck it. It's annoying, but it's almost like a what's the word? A necessary evil, I guess. I don't know. That's not the right word.
No, that would be a necessary evil.
Yeah, that's what. Yeah, that's it. Necessary. Yeah, I did that. Okay, I was making sure I said the right
I
words.
just want to make my position.
Go ahead,
very
Dream, and
clear.
I'm after Dream.
Yeah, I want to make my position very
Stop.
clear. Like,
Stop,
I agree-
Majin. You're making me hungry. Stop it. Just eat the burger.
Guys,
Hey,
we're
yo.
trying to move things along. Dream, and then
I think what Philly's saying is true, and also my position is true at the same time. Because we're attacking different
corners of the field here. So my corner of the field is saying like
My grilled
the
cheese
intention
looked
matters
better.
in terms of identifying whether or not the actor that's donating is a good person, but whether or not it's a positive thing what the person did is a result of what the consequence is. So the consequence is about, did it help the people? The intention is about, did the person help? Was the person helping a good person? So that's what I'm saying. Like, I'm agreeing with Philly saying like, all really that matters when we're talking about whether or not what happened was a good thing is the consequence. But also what really matters in terms of whether or not this person is a good person that's helping is why they're doing it. Help actually.
So just yeah, you did well. I'm not coming in here to like, you know, smash anybody in a debate. I just really disagreed with the way this was being framed, as if people who try to help out are like automatic, like that, like their intention, like we should be overly concerned with their intention. Now, I've heard everybody pretty much point of view, and this reminds me just real quick, and because I know we're like over time now and shit, but this reminds me, and I think we even talked about it on the ABE, of that. Do you guys remember that coach in Georgia who was like real racist, but he helped like but he helped like all these athletes get to the NFL and shit? Like even Jalen Hurts, my quarterback from Philly, he was his trainer. He was like this trainer.
Wow.
He was extremely racist. Like they had videos of him like arguing with like black girls at the stoplight, saying a hard R in the camera, like when are they gonna hang them from these trees? Like really, really racist. But to a T, every single NFL player that he trained came out, either didn't say anything, didn't come out against them, or defended them. Nobody came out against him. And while everybody else was outraged, everybody else, including me and other, I think Prime, did we do a panel on this, or am I tripping?
I swear I'll be super concise.
Yes, okay, we did.
Concise.
I'm almost finished. Hold on, I'm almost finished. So my point is, like, I think you have to view it from the person or the people that the outcome, you don't have to, but the way I am thinking about it now is you really need to view it from the people who are going to get the outcomes. Like, so is this dude a bad guy? Yeah, I think we can all agree with that. Is he racist? I think we can all agree with that. But did he make an impact on all these guys' life in a positive way? Yes. Is he good for society? I don't know, but like that's really where I think I'm disagreeing.
Super concise, two sentences.
Agreeing with that. I feel like we're all agreeing.
Just two sentences. Could this not be done without the racism? Does this not sound like the whole, hey, slavery was good for some black people. It taught them skills.
But that's a lie, though. It wasn't.
Yeah, no, it's not a lie. It's not a lie.
I mean, it's not a lie, but it's not. It wasn't.
It's not net negative.
It wasn't. It wasn't.
First of all, slavery inherently is a bad thing because it's non-consensual. Inherently, the thing about opting in optionally into a football program is that it was consensual.
So what I said was it good for society? That's where I said I don't know.
I don't know. Is it consensual to have a racist coach? Or like, let's say you understand that the coach was racist. You opt into the program, but you're not opting.
What if you didn't know he was racist? Though?
Like, you don't have like a choice of coaches.
Like you're saying, like
but they probably didn't. Like you're saying,
wait, let Prime finish. Prime was just cooking.
Yeah, I didn't even hear his question.
The whole time.
Yeah. So like, is it actually consensual when your choices are extremely limited? If you want to play football and like you got to do it at your local high school, okay, well then you can join. You have the choice to join the football program, but you have to join the football program to get to your goal. And they have the one football program with the one coach. And if that coach is racist, well, that's what you have to do. And you can say, well, the whole process is consensual, but like, that's my only choice.
Do we know that?
I don't know.
Do we know that the athletes actually knew he was racist, or was the video?
Well, they found out when the videos came out.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So during the time, they're like,
so they didn't know.
Yeah,
I had no idea.
Well, we don't know what anyone knew. Of
some of them said that. Yeah. Some of the athletes said that. Nobody, like, this was news to most people.
Yeah,
except the people that knew him, obviously his friends probably knew, but publicly this was not known.
The slave master gave them the tools they needed. Good.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Well, so his intentions didn't matter. The outcomes mattered, is what you're saying, Kai. You agree with me? You don't give a fuck about his intentions. He had the best intentions in the world. He wanted to help these kids get to the NFL, and that's what he did. But the outcome.
I said two sentences. The first one, could this not be done without the racism? The second point of it,
not what we're talking about now. It's the whole point.
Well, you're arguing for like an ideal world that doesn't exist.
No. So
he's arguing like, can the action be done without the racism?
Yeah, exactly.
I'm sorry, I completely misunderstood. No. I completely misunderstood what you're saying.
During
You're right.
chattel slavery, taught these slaves, in some cases, machinery, to where they went on to become pretty wealthy at the time.
Okay.
Does that make this good?
No. It doesn't.
Net negative. Like those
so
are like
the intention didn't matter. His intention of helping him make the tool or whatever
help him
didn't matter.
Help himself.
Well, it matters your intention. That's what I'm talking. That's what I'm saying.
If this person produced garbage players, would he be viable? So to help himself, he makes good players and does it in a shitty way. Just like a slave master teaches his slaves how to do good work for their benefit.
Yeah,
it could be done. Go ahead.
And beyond that, everything that you just said, right? And beyond that, like, and like I haven't examined this person's record, right, or anything like that, obviously, but just like intentions matter and how you look at these people matter. So, like. In a world where this same guy with the same skills is not racist and looks upon the people with compassion, one, is he more successful? Is that a possibility? Are there people who he just can't relate to, who just need a little bit of love, right, from him to reach out, that he didn't bother because he's one of those. He's like a bad kid, right? He's not one of the good ones. And so he lets that kid go. Like, is there what happens to the people who didn't make it at all and were never going to, right? Like, how do he treat those individuals? We can see his successes. You're saying that he sent people to NFL, so I'll take your word for it. Like, you can see his successes, but like, what about the myriad of failures? Like, and why were they failures?
Okay, you're right. We don't know the answer to those questions, but let's just say we do. Say he treated all the kids. Well, I'm trying to create a it's not a hypothetical, but what I'm trying to do is
isolating the world,
create something where we can all, make a decision on what we think about this. So of course we're going to agree, like, with the nuance, with all the nuances and shit, but the straight answer, my straight up question was, does the intention matter?
You asked this many times. You asked this many times before, so like, I don't have to hear it again. Like, yes, like if you're saying that if all things equal, if there's literally no difference in the actions, well, then I guess from the an outcome perspective, right, of the person, of the recipient there, then I guess it doesn't matter. Like, what does it matter if Bill Gates thinks I'm a piece of shit, or if he thinks like I'm the greatest thing since sliced bread, and he gives me $100,000, and in the end I got $100,000, right? So yes, great, granted, but understanding that, like, in the real world, like, those intentions do have consequences because they affect your thinking, then yeah, it's an issue.
And also, we would
so I would look at the outcome of it, though, like that.
Yeah,
I know.
Sure. About like, I'm pretty sure historically we'll view slavery different. If slavery was an action that led to like 95% of people that experienced it having like better late term outcomes and like being wealthy and like healthier human beings. Like, if that's what the outcomes of slavery looked like for the vast majority, I'm pretty sure we just like it would just be viewed.
It could have been.
Sure, of course, it's an impossible outcome of slavery, but I'm saying that still leads to the outcome being what's important.
What we're talking about, so we have a upper 10% or whatever, the 1% of people and the 10% of people that are around that area. So in the case of slaves, there was a similar hierarchy. People that got taught certain skills and other things that made them more advantageous than other people that weren't taught anything beyond agriculture and how to just do basic work. If you were taught machinery, taught how to do specific, very rare things by your slave master, you were fortunate. You probably came out on top.
Right,
but for the rest of the people,
95% of people had bad situation, that means it's bad because it's a net bad. But I'm saying if 95% of people had the outcomes that you were talking about, then slavery would be a different thing. Slavery might not be bad in that case.
No, it would still be shitty because
you guys are agreeing with
because you would have to.
I know I'm agreeing with you, Ellie.
No, not you, Bam. I know you are. You're the only one that is. Everybody else doesn't know they are, but they are.
Let's stop
Bam,
the cap.
to
Let's stop the cap.
Bam. You would have to at that point put a value on what human freedom really is. We would have to go through each point in there. Well, no, I mean, human freedom is the most important thing ever.
No,
you know what I'm saying?
We value freedom because we believe it leads to the best outcomes. If we knew that freedom is something that caused you, like if I could drop you on a deserted island and like say that you have no laws, or I could put you into society, but you're bound by rules.
But we're talking about in the area that we are. Yeah, if we go with that hypothetical, sure, right? But here in the United States, right, freedom has value, right? I'm not in jail. We even put that because we still put people in prison, right? If freedom didn't have an innate value to them, the prison system wasn't being.
And we all agree that
for us to go down to for us to go down to saying like if any of these skills were valuable or not valuable, and if if we should be grateful for it, then we would have to go to the term of what the value of freedom is.
Yes, and value.
You know what I'm saying?
Freedom is not intrinsically valuable. It's the reason we require children to attend some type of school, whether that be homeschooling or the public school system. Because it's not about freedom. It's about we force you to do this because we believe it leads to the best outcomes later and on in life.
Can I pose something?
You're misunderstanding something. Bam, you're misunderstanding something. Freedom does have inherent value, but what doesn't have inherent value is unlimited freedom.
I just wanted to pose this in the scenario that we were talking about as far as slavery. Let's say theoretically, right? And I'm going to use mad hypotheticals. If you're a nerd, you'll get it. Let's say hypothetically speaking, slavery led to 95% of black people becoming fucking Super Saiyans, right? I just want to ask a question. Bam, what do you think, if in this theoretical world, what do you think would immediately happen after all black people became Super Saiyans or got any kind of a power because of the fucked up things that were?
How long would you have to be a slave for?
We will continue to practice it.
No, I'm saying those black people that came out of slavery, that got some kind of superpower or became like whatever the fuck. What do you think they would do with their newfound power?
Sure, they may
revenge.
Fight. They might. You can
Why
say
would they take revenge?
Actually, technically, I don't.
Why
think
would they take revenge?
I don't think they would. I don't think they would take revenge. I think that would be a good thing. I think that would, at that point, they would decide that like it would be they would decide that this is something necessary for society. This is what makes us better. Like,
so you think everybody's going?
Wait, Bam, you're telling me right now if I shot you in the kneecap with a shotgun and somehow that gave you superpowers?
Yes, I would. It would be a good thing. I would say I would try to recreate it.
Not everybody is going.
But what would you do to me? But what would you do to me with your newfound superpowers?
Nothing. I would ask you.
Got it.
Wait, can I just ask one thing? Was that coach I was talking about? Can everybody agree that like he's bad? Like the outcome like is bad, right?
The coach?
Yeah.
The coach's outcomes were not bad. What are you saying?
What do you mean?
Well, I mean, I feel like he made a lot of people millionaires. Yeah, I'm fine with that.
Yeah, how's that bad?
Just based off of
societally, we've decided that racism is bad, and at the end of the day, like the outcomes.
Oh, is he a bad person?
Like sure. I think of his like exactly what Prime was saying. I think the outcomes were probably more detrimental to society than
if he showcases racism. If he showcases racism,
but he didn't know. That's the thing, though. Like,
that's what
not
I'm
outwardly,
saying.
nobody picked up. So similar to what Solus's story was. Like this lady wasn't like
she was outwardly. She was
jokes and shit. That's
no. That's microaggressions. Like when I took a trip to the South with a bunch of old.
So you saying microaggressions is racist?
Yeah.
It can be. Yeah. Especially if it's constant, and then you always have to correct them. After you correct them, they still do
I would say that a motherfucker. If me and my friends are talking about the poetry we got lined up, and you walk up to me and hand me a grape soda and start laughing, I would say it's pretty fucking racist.
Yeah, but also to go back, like if
I
Another
walk
one.
in-
End of Prime.
if I walk into a room and you're playing 2K as a black person, like, hey, of course, that shit's racist as fuck, dude.
That's
Hey,
Like,
look at
Prime is
here.
trying to
Oh, heck,
That was
bro.
a good
What do we
alley-oop.
have?
bring this train to a stop.
Anyway,
What do we
I hear
have
the brakes
here?
screeching.
Well.
and then oh no, God, I'm not gonna do. I'm not gonna.
Real
do
quick,
it.
Prime, because I did want to say something to Bam and Solus, especially off of Solus's hypothetical. Not Bam. Not everybody's gonna take the Blue Marvel approach. When the nation needs us to rise up and do something better, you know, we're not gonna sit there and do what the nation wants. I think we're gonna be like Solus on the end of like, hey, bruh, I think a lot of black folks is gonna take back what is going to be some revenge happening.
So can I bring up real quick a person who gave black people a lot of opportunities, Dr. Jerry Buss, got depicted in a TV show called Magic Time, I think it was.
Yeah, the Showtime Lakers show. I know what we're talking about.
And the family is trying to sue them over what happened, which is very similar to what happened to this individual.
Yeah.
So
okay. All right.
even
I'm
rich people
sorry.
catch it.
We're done.
Oh,
Thank
Bam
you.
Bros.
Oh my God. Thanks all for this. Much appreciated. I wanted to end this before Bam left, but we didn't quite make it. All right. Oh, Bam, you're still there, or maybe not. I don't know. But
Hey, bros.
yeah. Oh, okay. I think he just disconnected. It doesn't matter. Thanks all for being here. We can go on to open walk on panel. People want to join in. That's where we let up the audience join in on the fun. So if you have something you want to say, that's your chance to do it. Come on the panel and share your opinions. All right. Before then, guys, we do need your support. We got like one super chat, thank you, SD Philly, and one sub from our friend Chishu Gambit at the very start. But yeah, guys, if you can support the channel, consider supporting this channel so this space can continue. This space does not continue without your support. So if you're out there, you find yourself coming
Welcome
back
back, JJ.
you find yourself valuing what we're doing, consider supporting us by subbing to the channel. Use your Amazon Prime, says Prime Gaming here. That does a lot and it helps a lot. It's
Got
free
you
for
down
you.
there and watch it.
So consider
Nice.
using that here so we can keep having this resource, this channel, and these people showing up.
Look at your phone
if you
again.
are on YouTube, then consider dropping a hype chat, super chat and YouTube, hype chat on Twitch. You guys know what your respective things are. But yeah, we do need that support if we are to continue. So please consider helping out the channel, or if we really can't do this. Yeah. All right. So I'll give an outro to all these individuals, and we'll see if people want to join in for the open panel. We'll start with Do You Know Dream? Thanks for being here.
No, thank you. I really appreciate you for having me on. Yeah, the Blindside guy definitely should get his leg back. Feel me? And
Been a
it
block.
was owed to him. And not all missionaries that go to different countries are bad people. It just depends on their perspective. I mean, it depends on their intention and motive. And
When he said
whether or not they actually
missionaries,
help
I
the
thought
community they
that
try to help
was
also
going
matters.
somewhere completely different.
Like if you have the best intentions, but if you harm the community, it's still a bad thing. But we have to kind of like view it from a nuanced point of view, be like kind of an unfortunate circumstance, but at the same time not call the person who committed the act a bad person. Kind of like just like maybe ill-advised or unprepared, etc., etc. Yeah, because I do think in order for someone to be a bad person, they need the intention to be a bad person. If you do bad things, a bunch of good people do bad things. I've been there, had the best intentions, but did horrible stuff. So, yeah, that is my testimony. Thank you for having me on. You can find me on Instagram, D1ODream, everywhere, D1ODream except Twitter, Team the Dream there. Yeah, follow me on Twitch too. I'm about to restart streaming soon. Be consistent with content creation, so I'm excited about that. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you to SB Philly for being so kind to give 5 tier 1 subs and then 1 tier 2 subs. I don't think can't remember the last time I've seen anyone gift a tier 2 sub to anyone. But thank you for the kindness, STB Philly, supporting the channel. If we get 2 other individuals in the next 5 minutes, we can start ourselves a hype train, which would be great. We could always use support. So shout out to people who do help out. But yeah, subs to the channel, give bits or give subs. Great way of helping out, or using Amazon Prime to Prime Gaming here on the community. Support the channel like that, so we can always provide you more other space. Again, thank you, STP Philly. Let's go to our friend Waterkai. Waterkai, thanks so much for joining in.
It's been a blast. Nice to meet new people, reconnect with people I've been having great conversations with before, including Dream, who's not even looking right now, but it's cool.
I'm listening though.
For sure. I have a panel that I run on Wednesdays, run a stream myself. Catch me anywhere, Lethe Waterkai. I truly enjoy being in this space and the conversations that we have. Even when we derail, it turns into another interesting thought process. So I appreciate everyone here.
Okay. Next we have Razor. Razor, thank you for coming through and joining in. We always appreciate your participation.
Hey, no problem. I'm Razor of Razor Sharp Gaming 96 here on Twitch. The name you see here, that is my Twitter. Feel free to follow me. I'm trying to do some more dank memes every other day. Just get some jokes out there, have a little bit of fun. I'm trying to build a fun, loving, smart community that's willing to have conversations, talk with me, to better understand the world. I'm trying to start my streaming up a bit more myself. I just started a playthrough of Subnautica Below Zero. I'm still trying to work on a schedule so I can get that constant. I will try, depending on how tomorrow looks my work day, to probably do that. So keep an eye out and see about following me along as I dive deep and just have some fun. Maybe talk with me about some things. I might just rant about random shit.
Thank you so much. And good luck with that, Razor. We have DQ here. DQ, thank you also for popping by.
Thank you so much for having me. This is where I love to be every Thursday with all my people. Everyone can come follow me at the Debate Queen on all channels. I am currently 19 subs away from a IRL dog park, and that means if I hit those 50, then when I get another additional 50 for 100 total subs, we're going to go see sloths live. Just us and sloths. Who doesn't want to see sloths? So, thank you, STV Philly. I appreciate the resubscription. And
Flash, I said hi.
and so, just if you can come give subs or, give me some support like STV Philly did, it would be all greatly appreciated. And again, thank you so much for having me.
You get my prime.
Thank you. So next, go to our friend Majin. Majin, thank you for coming through.
Hey man, I love you all, always, for giving me these opportunities and stuff. Thank you, homie, for this. You go as my closing statement here. I think it's unfortunate, and we're going to see a lot with in these next couple of years of black athletes and stuff like that. I mean, even Tyson would cuss, but that was more of a loving situation. My sisters, stuff like that, where black people have been monetized and not getting any of that money. Hopefully we can see an answer to that. You can find me on Twitch as Majin B Mac. I'm two followers away from hitting 100 followers. I'm just starting. This is like my 5th panel, almost there. Also, any subs y'all want to toss me, I much appreciate them. You're helping an old black man retire. Yeah, anything like that. Also, people that are watching me on my stream, please sub to Prime Kai. Again, we got a lot of love for this man. Without this opportunity, I would not be here right now and who I am talking to y'all now. Thank you very much. And another shout out to Solus the PG, because I know he's not going to do it. Please, I have it in my info. Follow his music. Fucking, I'll promote it in my stream because I know he ain't gonna say it. There we go.
That's a true friend. Sure.
Also, High Key Solus, I tried to get to your link via Apple Music and it didn't let me go. But it let me go to YouTube, but not to Apple Music.
Oh, what the fuck?
Yep.
What the fuck?
I think Apple Music's just a little weird.
Just another thing on the list, Solus.
Not capping, he is literally the next Kendrick Lamar, J. Cole. I am not, this is not me gassing, glazing, or whatever. Listen to his music. He is talented.
I'm the next Yeet. I promise.
Well,
so when are you putting me on your next album, Solus? When you putting me on the next album?
Wait. It is Solus's outro.
Yeah, I got verses for you. You need bars?
Solus, thank you so much for coming through. And I gotta get around and listen to your music, right? Like the way this man marches, you're a hype man, right? This guy, if you're not paying him, wow, that's one hell of a service he's providing you.
Yes, sir.
But it sounds like he really believes in you.
I believe it.
And I haven't heard your music, but just in terms of your performance and the way you think and the way you express yourself, I was just thinking it earlier in the stream. I'm not surprised that you're musical. If I had known you for a while and then I learned that afterwards, I'd be like, yo, I'm not surprised about that because of the way you express yourself. So anyway, I'm really curious as to your what you're doing out there in the musical world. So I wouldn't be surprised if it's really good. Thanks for being here, buddy.
Hi, my name is Solus the PG. Call me what you want, just don't call the police on me. I am glad that anybody fucks with my music. Like I said, I just never want to be the buy my mixtape guy. I am very good at music. I've been doing it since I was 13. I performed at music festivals when I was 18. I performed in front of 2,000 people when I was 16. This is something I've done my entire life. If you want to check out my music, my name is Solus the PG on every single platform, whether Apple Music, Tidal, Spotify, anything that fucking DistroKid sends music to.
That racist lady.
Where everybody says your first deal is by a racist motherfucker that fucks you over. It is what it is. It is what it is. But I was about to say, I got lost in all this, bro. It's a perfect example of you give somebody power with certain intentions and it fucks you over in the end. Kratos. If you're a nerd, you get it. As soon as you get that power, you are going to fuck them over, and that's for a reason, because intentions matter. But Prime, thank you for having me on your stream. Again, if you want to find my music, it is Solus the PG on any platform. Tidal, Apple Music, Spotify, YouTube, MySpace, fucking AOL, whatever you use, it's that. Solus the PG everywhere.
Yeah, and if you happen to have him on, if you have to see him on Discord, he's got all his links in his bio there, right?
Nice. It's also on my Twitch. It's also on my Twitch.
You should use you should throw a link tree in there that makes it more concise there. But yeah, he's got a bunch of stuff. So yeah, check him out, man. Check him out. We love to support Black people. We love to do that here. We love to see him rise. And I really wanted to connect you. Just the last thing before we move on. I do want to connect you with Fnatic because this man is also quite talented. I don't know what you guys can do together, but I think it'd be nice if artists know.
If he got beats, I got bars.
Hey.
Okay. Well, yeah, I'll hit it up. And SV Philly, thank you for the kindness for supporting the channel, and just being for jumping on.
Well, thank you for having me. First of all, I know that's not usually the way you run your shows, your panel shows. So I do thank you for that favor for letting me on late. I'm on vacation right now, as I said, so I wasn't able to join you guys. Yeah, what you said broke my heart, Prime. I since the beginning, the first time I saw your channel, I love this community. I don't ever want to hear you say this channel's about to go away or it's in jeopardy of going away or anything like that. That shit breaks my heart because you worked hard for this shit and you deserve way more. That was the first thing. The second thing, I don't really think it matters now, but the second point, just really quick, that I wanted to make was that I think we should start thinking about the systems more, critiquing the systems. And yes, we can critique individuals, but let's let our main focus be the systems that are in place, that make it necessary for people to have to, give charity, whether their intentions are good or bad. Let's make it so, people don't have to give charity to Africa. Let's focus on that. Obviously, we can talk about whatever you want to talk about people having a white savior complex and all that. But at the end of the day, my main point was that shit really doesn't matter. Like, people are going to be the way they are. We can sit here and bitch and moan, but let's just stay focused on what we should be focused on, which is the systems, and we need to tear these systems down. 3, if you are at all interested in like what is going on, why the murder rate in cities are up. I make, videos about violence, about gun violence, about the gun violence epidemic, specifically in Philadelphia, but I'm thinking about branching off and doing other things. But yeah, does anybody else get really nervous talking on these panels? I can never be a streamer. I get so fucking nervous.
I used to.
I
My
do it
hands,
for a
my
living.
palms sweat and shit. Like,
I do it for a living. You
Mom
get used to it.
spaghetti?
Arms are heavy. This vomit. I'm sorry.
I did puppets.
I mean,
Mom spaghetti,
I did
for
it. I did it first. Still occasionally having I still occasionally have the ADHD ring where I can't stare at the screen direct. My eyes have to keep shifting around, or else I can't speak the way I do. So
Yeah. So I think I just wanted to thank Prime again for letting me on late. I really do appreciate that. And that's it.
We ain't gonna let Prime's channel die.
I'm
If I have to
never
come in
nervous.
here and
I
act a
ain't
fool
never
and
scared. I ain't never scared.
as
What?
toxic
I
as I
ain't
can
never
be, so y'all
scared.
can shit on me.
I ain't
We
never
gonna keep
scared.
Prime
What?
alive,
I
right?
ain't
That ain't
never
happening.
I do appreciate the kindness from all of you. Thank you, SCD, for the words. Yeah, I mean, I'll keep this channel running as long as I can. Yeah.
we are now all
Anyway.
parasocially
It's a
linked.
grind. I know it's a grind, Prime. It is a fucking grind, man.
The
Anyway.
parasocial is crazy.
Anyway, we'll end this part of the program, and anyway, we're gonna go to a
I
I'm
know.
getting
Lost
nervous.
Numbers like you guys.
Like,
I got,
even when
two
I was,
gentlemen that may want to
like,
join from the
choir
Ronin crew,
singing, and then we do,
Don
like,
Champloo and
people,
AOP. I might be hopping out of here
thousands of
fairly
people
soon,
or
so
hundreds of people
they
or
might.
whatever.
I don't know how they plan
it,
on it.
It
but
never
I-
really made me nervous. Like,
Guys, hit him
you
up
get
in
a little
Ronin.
jittery,
He's
but
in
then
the
as
channel.
Soon as you're
Just
on
send him a
stage,
DM.
like you know your shit.
But so
That's
just
just me.
I mean, the path is just to go to my Discord server and jump into my the waiting room, and then we'll let you in. So just go into the Discord
There you
server,
go.
Easy
go into
peasy.
the waiting room,
Speaking
and
of which.
we'll let you in. So now is that time. So what we'll do is why don't we stick into the stick in a private room here. So we'll leave StreamYard. Everyone leave StreamYard, and then you can just turn on your camera in the private room, and we'll see how long.
I got some armor core I gotta get to, man. This,
Yeah, I
this-
know.
already?
I got the notification.
Yeah.
Lawson Harrison, I'm coming for you over on Wix channel, boy. You say you buying me that game, I'm holding you to it.
All right, boys, gotta go. And the big
I'll see y'all in a minute.
Okay.
Y'all later.
Bye.
Peace out.
Peace and
Bye.
love. Phone. Have a great day.
Yeah, good
Okay,
one.
let me get over here.
All right. I'll be right
Hold on.
back.
For the life of me, bro, I will never know how to casually introduce the fact that I make music. That has always been a weird thing to do. I don't know how you casually be like, yo, bro, I rap. That just never goes over well.
I mean,
I think it's
you
cool where
did it
you are
last
just stuck in
week.
California.
You did
In
it
California,
last week.
everyone raps. So saying I'm a rapper is like saying, oh yeah, I breathe and eat. But in like most other places, saying I'm a rapper is actually something to think about.
No, I live in Chicago. If you say you're a rapper, people just assume that you kill people. It's not really. It's not a. It doesn't really.
That's even worse.
It
See
is.
some of
It's
your
terrible. Like it's well, usually funny because like I've always been like I'm a smart motherfucker from the hood. I've never like I always said that I'm the least gangster of all my friends. I'm not a bitch, but like the people that raised me and made me were literal murderers, right? Like I've gotten into a couple of fights, committed a couple crimes, but I'm nowhere near a criminal. And like when I say I rap and I'm from Chicago, motherfuckers look at me and be like, I ain't shot nobody. I'm like, I haven't. I just rap. That's all I do.
You sound like JID
Right.
for real though. You sound
Oh,
like
So
JID.
he has a similar pitch.
How y'all doing?
What's good, Shampoo? What's up, Don? How you doing, photo?
How's it going, Prime? My name's Don Shampoo.
Nigga, why are you looking at the wall?
I don't, cause that's the way my camera's turned, man. I'm all fucked up.
Oh, no, like,
Boy,
are you looking to the side like you finna spit the hottest freestyle of 2022?
Bro,
What the fuck is
you look like that nigga from
my damn
the Get
fucking
Down.
cat.
Get down.
Nah, y'all, wait, holy shit, bro, Dream, you look like the evil version of Don. Don, you look like the evil version of Dream.
Right. I'm just now seeing it. Oh no.
Yeah, it's nice to meet you, Don Champloo. You're a handsome guy when you're like looking at the camera. Like,
Yeah, sorry, I gotta fix my. I'm a newbie.
I
I'm a
wish I
newbie
was
here.
good at rap, but I'm not. But I'll definitely try.
Prime, I've been watching you for a long time. I've been in your Discord for a while, but I never wanted to, you know what I'm saying? I took a while to join into your call. But you say a lot of smart things, brother.
Oh, yeah. Oh, thank you.
You haven't really been watching a lot, have you?
That's crazy. He wouldn't let his homie shine. He couldn't let him have it. That's fucked up.
And you're a One Piece fan, so you're automatically good in my book.
Damn right. And to remind people, today is the day on Netflix. One Piece live action comes out.
It's
hey.
Let's go.
Yeah.
A lot of One Piece fans here. That one and then
Weebs, all of you, weebs, weebs.
All of my favorite animes.
Weebs.
All my favorite
what do we call
animes
you?
never go past one season. I've never watched any of the major animes except maybe like Naruto. But like, I always wanted to get into One Piece. No,
No, don't do
I never
it.
watched
Don't
Death
do
Note.
it.
I could have watched Death Note, but instead I watched Dead Man Wonderland. And then I think after that I watched Angel Beats and Afro Samurai, and that's been like my main rotation of animes that I watch consistently. I go back and watch them a lot.
do it. Start One Piece. Do it.
I'm not doing it.
I
live
did.
and die without
I
it.
restarted. I was at the beginning of Wano, and I decided, fuck it, I'm starting over because I
watched.
That's crazy. Starting over from Wano.
Why did you restart? Why did you restart?
My girlfriend.
Oh, good.
I
man.
wanted to watch it. I wanted to watch it along with her so that she can see it. I'll watch it. I'll technically watch it without her on occasion, but I will fill her in on all the other stuff and have her watch it through my stuff later.
Where's
Like
Starlight
that way we
tonight?
can keep track of things.
Or you can play it smart. Go to the website that shows all the fillers, skip all the filler, and keep it pushing.
That's right.
That's what you gotta do.
That's the only way I'd be able to do it.
I know that I know which fillers to skip, and Skypiea is definitely not one of them. Anyone skips Skypiea, you're not a fan.
Skypiea is not filler, and if you don't understand that, then you're not a real
Exactly.
fan.
There are people who say to skip
I'm looking
Skypiea.
at
It's
you,
so nuts.
fucking Waterkai.
Skip.
Yeah, skipping Skypiea is troll.
But
Watching them get bullied.
as for Star, but as for Star, she was driving for like 5 hours straight to go see her dad. So.
Oh, okay. Well, give her
She's
my
probably
love.
tired.
Tell her I said hello.
And then
What did you? I was gonna say, what did you want to say, Don? Did you
Yeah,
want to say
exactly,
anything in particular?
In regards to
anything
we
like,
said
why'd you want to join in?
Hey Don, can I ask you a question for?
Yeah, what's up?
So theoretically, hypothetically, this is not just ask a question. So if it was Black History Month, right, and somebody named the Racist Advisory Board, right, was in a room full of black people, and they said, "What the fuck is this, the Million Man March?" And then they started to shit stir with those black people, and then they said, "I will sow dissent during Black History Month." Would you consider that racist? I also know your thoughts.
Absolutely.
Fucking bro, what the fuck, bro? It was a joke, Don. What are you talking about, bro? What do you mean I was? No, I'm fucking.
Nah, man, because it's like most of the time, right? If you ask a lot of black people actually think that Black History Month is bullshit because American history is Black history. Like all 12 months of mine, motherfucker. Like I don't give a fuck.
I'm just saying.
But you know what I mean? Like they think they can really the fact that they make the attempt is the fucked up part. That's the fucked up part.
No, I'm with you. I remember having a lot of arguments in school with I remember having a lot of arguments in school with my teachers and shit, and even like up to the administrative level where they would tell me that they feel like The excuse I got, because I dead ass, especially as a senior in high school, I was really popular enough because of what I was doing with arts and music and poetry. I could talk to folks. I would say, like, why is it that we have a Black history class? Why isn't that Black history is just taught in normal history class? And they would give me excuses of like, we don't think we have enough time to tell this entire story. And that shit, I remember shit made me so mad because I remember saying this to a teacher that got so I was like, so I got enough time to learn about white folks. But when it comes to niggas, it's shit, we can't. It's shit just like that. We out of it. We ain't got it like that. We got to flip.
Why not just split the time evenly?
It's only for me. It's only for me when it comes to like learning Black history and stuff. Because of how I was raised, even though I was raised by my Black grandmother, Black family side, literally never had any contact with my white family. I don't know how.
Hey yo.
So.
He said it though.
No, that's and you say that joke. But the fact that my Black grandmother, word for word, had one point had literally said, "I ain't raised no little white boy." When I said something, when I was trying to speak to her about certain issues that I was, really getting into, it's like where did that come from?
Were you ever taught about the crack epidemic? This is just a question of somebody that loves Black history. Were you ever taught about the crack epidemic and what it did to Black people?
I learned a small portion of it.
God, that's like the most recent historical event for Black people. I think every Black person and Black child should be educated about. I wonder why.
Yeah, I know. Basically, I know about it.
In high school. Like,
yeah,
maybe now. I don't know.
Yo, the lack of
the only thing I learned in high school was civil rights.
I grew up in California. California has pretty like, not when I was in elementary school, but as we got older, it was a bit like more concise.
But yeah, these past 2 years, especially this past year when I've been getting into these panels and stuff, is the most I've learned about about Black history ever and wanting to learn more into it. This past Juneteenth, after I finished my workday, I went on and I started like researching more and more Black history because I wasn't seeing enough on my timeline, so I was like, fuck it, I'll make my own timeline shit. So I looked up like Black inventors and stuff like that, and I just started making posts saying Happy Juneteenth at the end of them, pointing out how all the shit that we use nowadays, the traffic lights, the toy, the super soaker, refrigerators, all these like things that people still use to this goddamn day, were made by Black people. And I'm like, and every time I learn more and more, I'm just, I guess you could say I'm like more and more proud of my history than I've ever been in my entire fucking life. And again, I'm gonna say this, Prime, it's all because of you, because you were willing to invite me to these panels.
Just one correction there. When it comes to the
See, Prime did it without the racism.
Lights, when it comes to the traffic lights, it wasn't a Black person that invented it. It was a Black person that built upon it. That was already invented. He just made it
there was also a Black person who made the pencil sharpener better.
Yeah.
I'm saying that's why I said the stuff that we use to this day is because of Black people.
So
like we still the current streetlights that we see are because of a Black person.
But you know what's even better? The country that we see today is because of Black people.
It's the wealth that we have.
Let him say it. We haven't heard from him. Go ahead.
Everything we have.
I was just preaching with him.
And I don't mean to say that Black people did it all, that we did everything, but we were fighting in wars where we weren't even fucking people yet. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, I get what you mean about the inventions, and it's really good. So it's honestly, you know what? I ain't even gonna harp on it. You know, you're right. There being like inventors that were Black is great.
I only had like 8 hours after work, so I did a lot of research.
Exactly. You know what I mean? So I don't even blame you, bro. I mean, I don't even blame you. You know what I mean? So
it's how uncomfortable your day would be not having Black inventions. If you were to take all Black inventions out of your day would be fucked. That's the reality of it. There's so many
Heck,
things
the light-
that have been
air
contributed by
conditioning,
Black
air
society.
conditioning,
Arizona could not
Your
exist.
playlist would be so fucking trash.
Oh
Bro.
yeah,
The
oh yeah, dude.
The filament in light bulbs.
There we
Jesus
go.
Christ,
Say,
we wouldn't have light.
The reason that I harp on the crack epidemic is because with the recent opioid epidemic, I always like to compare how the two were treated. And when I look at
Oh
shit like
yeah.
that like shit like that, I think is something that could be taught in schools today as like an immediate, like we've known, I want to say since the progressive era, like since the 40s, or when did we get rid of alcohol? 20s or 40s? What was it?
20s,
the
20s.
It's the 20. I want to say since what we learned from the 20s. I think it was like in 1950 something with research that was done from the 20s. We learned that addiction is a disease. But when black people were going through the crack epidemic, it was just say no. And if anybody in your family has anybody kind of addict, alcoholic, crackhead, whatever it may be, telling a group of addicts to just not do it is kind of one of the craziest moments in history.
Bullshit.
Where now with the opioid epidemic, it's being more realized that addiction is a disease being handled with a lot more care. And I think that's because crack epidemic is mostly seen as a black issue. Opioid is mostly seen as a poor white issue.
And so it's just like this woman who had a white baby. Now the white community gets to deal with the opiate crisis, and just say no isn't working out for them so well. Now all of a sudden these people are going to care. They are getting help. They have counselors. That's the difference.
Yeah. They weren't.
It's hitting home.
I swear to God, I just feel like that moment in history, for lack of a better way to put it, for where black people are, that's the last breadcrumb that should really be studied, because just of all the dominoes that fell, like the businesses closing down in a lot of the cities that black people may occupy, like unions freezing out black folks, the fucking crime bill, crack epidemic, gangs popping off, being offshoots of like all of that. I think you see the effect of it today, but yet for whatever reason, I don't commonly see it taught in schools.
Go ahead, Don.
No, it's like because the reason, and I'm just to kind of like piggyback off of what Solus is saying, is like, you know, teaching these it's kind of like an analogy, right? You got the crack epidemic and then the opioid epidemic, right? Now they're not actually like synonymous events. But when you actually compare the two, you get to kind of peer into like what is going on a deeper level, right? Like these structures. And this is one thing that I was thinking about, and I was trying to take a frame on the whole on like affirmative action. I was trying to take the frame on like, okay, why is it that people cared about the opioid epidemic, but you know, with the crack epidemic, they said let them figure it out. And one of the things that I think I needed to come to grips with is the fact that there really is more white people in this country than there are black people. And
Sure.
the fact that there are more white people is if it was to get as bad for all the poor
you
white
missed
people,
me fighting
like,
in Prime's
I think that some
chat,
people think like shit would
with
collapse.
Some people were like,
and so they
you,
need to
or
they
this one
need
person
to
was like, you
it's
hate
like they
white
don't give a fuck
people.
about
I'm
black
like, no,
people.
I
They don't. It's like
I don't think they humanize us enough to give a shit. I think that's
you know what I
it
mean?
is.
Where
You
it's
look-
a number. It's a number on a
You
paper
can go in
somewhere, and it's
Prime's
like, well, it's a
chat and
small
then
enough
just
number that you know what I mean.
look
It's
Whatever.
at my
to
chat
some people, I
history.
feel like it's inconsequential. It's like black people are like,
Who gives a shit? Black people are going through it. No one
yeah,
cares.
I got a dip,
fuck it.
gonna
Oh,
blast
but,
Nebula.
when it's a whole
I
fucking
actually got a dip
community,
too.
when it's a whole fucking community, and like now motherfuckers ain't working in that community, it's like now we gotta do something about it. It's like,
But to be fair though, Don, I think
See ya, Razor.
I think
Yeah,
we,
I'll see y'all later.
Yeah, I
Peace.
also
love.
do have to go as
Bye.
well. Thank you for having me. I'll see y'all later.
Have a good
Peace
one.
and love.
I think to be fair a little bit.
Okay. Well, that was another Thursday panel of all black everything. Not bad at all. What was I going to do? My internet wants to catch up with me. That would be great. Okay. So what does chat think of today's topics and today's panel? I'd love to hear your feedback real quick. You know, besides me fighting with people in chat, you know, since everybody thinks that I hate white people. Okay. Yeah. That's not even it at all. At all. But yeah. I would play games and do all that fun stuff with you. But I am going to touch grass this weekend. I'm so excited. Like real grass, not like grass from my community, but like grass on the outside of my community. So I will not be streaming tomorrow. So what's tomorrow? So Friday, Saturday, Sunday, or Monday. Yes, because I will be going to see Beyonce. Oh yes, it will be fun. But I'm sad that I'll be missing my, Friday Islam chats. 50-50 if I want to live stream. Hold on, I need to cough. There we go. What am I going to do without you? I mean, what will you do without your queen, huh? What will you do without your queen? Yeah, I'm sad. Well, like I said, you'll probably honestly hear me yeah, I definitely won't be playing games on Saturday. But I'll probably be on other people's probably for instance Peganox's or IZ's chat playing Fortnite, since I'll have my Switch with me. So because I don't think I'll be doing the whole going out thing and stuff, because I'm too old for that shit. I can't hang. No, it's just yeah, I'm we're probably gonna stay out late. If anything, we'll probably go out on Saturday night after the concert. And then, yeah, just recover on Sunday and then leave on Monday. LOL, you're going to be tired and just end up passing out. Yeah, and I still gotta pack and stuff too. I still gotta do all that fun shit, and I really don't want to. I just want to be here. I'm over it. I'm done. So yeah. Yeah, it's been fun. It's been fun. I thank everybody for coming out. Did you buy that shirt dress? Yes, I did. But the only thing is, it's all coming tomorrow. And I leave tomorrow morning. So I the outfits that I plan to wear for Vegas, I'm not even gonna have. I'm just gonna return a bunch of it, basically. I'll probably keep one or two pieces. But the main outfit that I wanted to wear for Beyonce was gonna look so cute. And that's not even gonna happen. So, it just fucking sucks. It just fucking sucks. you know? So I'm just like, what am I supposed to do? What am I supposed to do? So I'm just gonna, and I still have to figure out, like, how my animals are like, I'm not worried about Rosie. Rosie can self-manage to an extent, except her using the fucking toilet, which I may just have to create like a little litter box for time being while I'm gone for a couple days, like for 3 days basically. But it's mostly Lily that I have to worry about. Like, she needs to get fed and stuff. Like, she can just be outside all day, then all night. That's fine. It's pretty cool here. I mean, at night. But, I mean, yeah, it's kind of hot during the day. But Lily likes being outside all day. She doesn't give a fuck how, like, hot it is. It's just more or less, like, making sure she has water when she's outside. Make sure she's gotten, like, food and getting fed and stuff. So, like, I'm gonna have to figure that out, too, tonight. Like, there's just so much shit that, like, I have to, like, worry about. That just shit that, like, I thought wasn't gonna fall through just fucking fell through. Like, my outfits or having someone come to watch Lily and Rosie. Like, stressful. It's so stressful trying to touch grass. So stressful trying to touch grass. You know? Yeah, I know it's a lot. Yeah. Like I said, I still have to pack and stuff. And, like, figure out what I want to wear. I did just go to Old Navy and buy some t-shirts and stuff, because that's easy to do. You know? So, yeah. It's just, it sucks. I ordered, like, some cute shit from Wild Fang, and I'm not even going to have it. Well, to travel across the country it is, yeah. I mean, I had to, like, go out, like, I got up at 6 o'clock this morning to go to my storage unit to go get my luggage out of my storage unit. Fuck, I have so much shit in my storage unit. So much shit. But I got it out, and I'm also bringing my volcano with me, too, so I can smoke. Zero fucks given. Zero fucks given. But, yeah. And just don't... I'll probably end up buying weed while I'm there. Since it's legal there. But I probably... Nah. But, yeah. Yeah, I'm just gonna bring my volcano with me and get some weed when I get to Vegas. And smoke it up. Because I need help to, like, sleep during the night and stuff. And that's what I do to get myself to sleep. Oh, that reminds me. I gotta update my Apple TV so I can bring that with me, too. And that way I can watch Twitch on Apple TV. Moo-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha. Yeah. And then I'll probably still bring my, like, Switch, like, console part. So that way I can play Switch on the TV and stuff. And I have to, like, look down at my little tiny OLED screen. But yeah, it's been fun. It's been fun. Yep, so now I'm back to 33 out of my 50 subs right here. So, you know, if anybody in chat is feeling particularly generous to help me now that I only need 18 more subs. Or 17 more subs. 17 more subs to get my sub goal. I want that IRL dog park, and I want y'all to meet and see Lily. She's a cutie. She's a cutie, and she's waiting for your, like, love and attention. She's my little attention whore. I love her. I'm gonna miss my animals while I'm gone for a couple days. I'm gonna be like, oh, I don't have Rosie jumping all over me, and I don't have Lily just wagging her big old tail, hitting me with her big tail. But yeah. It's been fun. It's been fun. For real, for real. But yeah. Thank you, everybody, for joining me tonight. I appreciate you being here. So, there we go, Lindy.
Hey, I'm really proud of y'all.
Montgomery
Bro.
Bitch.
Not one but them all. Montgomery Bro. Shout out bro that can swim. Montgomery Bro. Salute shit, really all of them. Montgomery Bro. Shout out Unc with the chair. Montgomery Bro. Everybody
And
that
don't
was there.
forget-
Montgomery Bro. Threw the hat off at the start. Montgomery Bro. Man, shout
To
out
copy
to the
my
girl.
raid
Montgomery Bro.
message.
Now y'all done started some shit, so we gon' finish
Y'all
it.
did.
And this time, everybody about to witness
All
it.
y'all.
Bro told them to move, just doing this job.
Real.
But y'all wanted to jump him, so now we got a prize.
Let's get it.
All right, bet. Let me tell y'all what really happened. Heard they was jumping on my cousin. Let me off,
Let me
Captain.
off.
Cuz came out the water like, let's get it cracking.
poppin'?
Unc came with the chair like I got some action.
Bitch.
Cuz came no shirt like I got Sebastian.
I got 'em.
Even the women getting hit like, damn, what happened? Hey, this shit was kind of lit like, damn, it's cracking.
Damn.
I even seen a rock bottom like, damn, this wrestling. Seen a couple of them boys go night-night. And we got the first black man to swim to a fight.
Salute.
If you mad at this song, don't mention me.
Don't do it.
But fuck that chair going down in history. Hey, I'm really proud of y'all.
Montgomery Bro.
Bitch. Not one but them all. Montgomery Bro. Shout out bro that can swim. Montgomery Bro. Salute shit, really all of them. Montgomery Bro.
Real.
Shout out Unc with the chair. Montgomery Bro. Everybody that was there. Montgomery Bro.
Bro.
Threw the hat off at the start. Montgomery Bro. Man, shout out to the girl. Montgomery Bro. Yeah, this a real good moment in history right now.
I'll see y'all later. Have a good
Let us
day or
all
good
smile.
night wherever you are, and I will see
Salute.
you on Tuesday. Salams.